UFC 15.5 Ultimate Japan took place on December 21st, 1997 from Yokohama, Japan at the Yokohama Arena in front of 5,000 people in a 17,000 seat building. We close out the year 1997 with our first event outside of the United States and other related territories. We'll just forget Puerto Rico exists. And we go to Japan. Now, when we reviewed UFC 15, we were only a week removed from Pride 1. That review's on the channel, go and watch it. The event Pride 1 took place at the Tokyo Dome in front of somewhere in the region of 40,000 people. The UFC, seeing this, thought to themselves, well, we're kind of struggling here in America. Why don't we go over there, draw a big house, show these guys back home that this is a legitimate thing we have going on here and not some back alley dog fighting ring. And then they proceed to go to Japan, not even half fill the Yokohama Arena in Japan, and we live to fight another day. I genuinely wonder how expensive this was. Hopefully the exchange rate was nice to them. I would love to know how big a difference the income, or in this case the loss, is compared to just having the event in Alabama or Georgia, as we have become accustomed to. But as always, we open with the video package here. The Octagon goes global, nothing really to this video, not one of their best. However, this time it is the voice of Mike Goldberg narrating the open, and not Bruce Beck. Bruce is gone, Mike is here. So it's Mike Goldberg who opens up the gate. And we open up the gate to the city of Yokohama, which looks very nice, before we move to the arena, which is absolutely pitch black except for the Octagon that's lit up. The audio from the narration noticeably changes as we go to commentary. Jeff Blatnick and Mike Goldberg are using their indoor voices on commentary as though they're having a secret conversation that nobody's allowed to hear, and the reason for that is because the arena is deathly quiet. Again, we only have 5,000 people here in this 17,000 seat building. If they talk too loud, the people in the bleeds might be able to hear them. So they run down the card, focusing on Vitor Belfort, whose gi has a Japanese flag instead of the American one. I kind of like that. They're basically saying that he got fraud checked by Randy Couture, and what Vitor is going to show up tonight, the guy that won the tournament in the super fight, or the one who got beat by the tournament winner, Randy Couture. Like, they act like one loss, and well, Vitor might just want to pack it up and go home. We run down the rules, ways to win, which we normally do. I wish Pride would do this, but we'll see if they do in our next review. And I'll mention this now, Mike Goldberg is one of the reality combat guys, like Bruce Beck. He lets us know that this is reality combat, reality fighting. Meanwhile, Blatnick is a mixed martial arts guy. And that's what he calls this whole ultimate fighting deal, the reality combat. We get our only alternate matchup. And by the way, it's a heavyweight tournament. Trey Tellingman is back from the Lion's Den. And look, I just feel bad for this guy. He's been here before. And if you haven't seen Trey, maybe, you know, the ones here that are new to these videos, Trey was 1 year old when he was in a car accident and had to get his pec removed. And that's brought down the mood just a little bit in this review. But he's missing half his chest. And I don't know if anyone else is like that, but this just kind of makes me uncomfortable when I watch it. He's up against Brad Kohler of the Hammer House, who looks like he's a crossbreed between Mark Coleman, Vanderlei Silva, with a hint of Trisomy 21 in there. It's weird, like I've said this before, that the guys from the Lions Den all look the same, between Ken Shamrock, Frank Shamrock, Jerry Bolander, Guy Mesger, Trey Tellingman. And now all these Hammer House guys look the exact same as well, between Mark Coleman, Mark Kerr, Brad Kohler. They all look the same. Trey has trauma on his shorts, probably some projection. 1 minute in, Kohler throws a punch, knocks his own self over, and then takes down Trey. And you know the deal, we sit here and guard for 5 minutes, no contact being made, no attempt to finish the fight, or even advance position. Ref stands them up, Kohler sort of scarpers around, trying not to get hit before shooting another takedown. Into side control, half guard, lands a couple shots before being stood up. The crowd actually only makes noise when the fighters get stood up here. And, like, I don't know if Jeff Blatnick's sick or something, but he's commentating like he's watching fucking golf. It makes him really hard to hear. Mike Goldberg's a little louder, you can hear him a little bit clearer. But Kohler goes for a double leg, tries to take the back. Trey rolls, Kohler just dives into guard because everybody's so desperate for guard. Trey's able to armbar him for the win after 10 minutes. This was pretty shit, quite boring, went a while, and it's only 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity with the out of nowhere finish. Can we please just get rid of these alternate fights on the card? Just show the highlights later on. We move from here to a Tank Abbott propaganda video. Mike Goldberg asks us to dial up UFC on the internet and surf for their website to keep up with the action in the octagon. I found this hilarious. And we have Tank Abbott up next. Let me know what you think. Tank's record is not great, let's just be clear. And I totally get it if you do not want to put him in here. But this guy is one of the real stars of UFC at this point, is holding this bogey together almost single-handedly. Does Tank Abbott get in the pioneer wing of UFC? I know that's not a joke, right? I know his record's like 10-5. But in terms of impact on the sport, especially in his early days, he's a bit of a pioneer. More of a pioneer than some of the guys already in there. So I can see like UFC maybe adding a BMF wing later on down the road, where there's guys who may not be a glamorous name, a poor record, but still have a big impact on the sport. And to me, Tank is one of those guys. I get it, technically not the best, never fucking trained a day in his life, right, and a poor record, but a fucking superstar for UFC and a real BMF. Literally anytime, any place, anywhere, even in the stands. I can see them adding a BMF wing in the future, and Tank is one of those guys. People will probably disagree, and that's fine. I suppose it depends on what you think a Hall of Fame should be, whether it's strictly just for the best of the best, or if it's people who may not have had the best record but had a huge impact and made a difference to the sport. If they opened up that contributor wing for people who were fighters, then I could see Tank getting in there. Tank doesn't really get any credit for his run here. And look, it may also be, for some people, do you value a single run like Tank's on right now, or do you value the whole career, which almost falls off a cliff towards the end? But look, that's a debate for another time. Let me know what you think about that in the comments though. Should he be in? That should be a fun read. Look, Tank's here. He faces Yoji Anjo in the semi-final of the heavyweight tournament. And you know how this goes. Tank will shoot forward for 10 seconds. I say shoot, that's poor choice of words. He will rampage forward for 10 seconds. If he can't knock you out, then just go for the takedown. But we get so much fence grabbing here. Again, let's not let the rules get in the way of a fair fight. And look, nothing really too much happening here. Yoji Anjo does well to keep Tank from being able to strike him. Does a good job holding him, some nice wrist control. I will say, Tank loves doing this thing where he will put the top of his head on your like chin, jaw, like up against the cage, and he'll stand up there on his toes, just pressing all his weight into your head and neck. It's kind of like a modified neck crank. Like, he submitted Steve Jennum with it. And he does it in nearly all of his fights. When he gets the takedown, he'll just try and neck crank you up against the cage. Big John stands us up a few times actually. Tank looks so tired, and now the leg kicks from Maurice Smith start from Yoji Anjo. I don't know where they've been this whole fight, but again, straight back to the grappling. Tank takes him down, and even into overtime, Anjo then tries the leg kicks, and Tank throws a huge straight to close the distance, takes him down, and we stay down for the rest of the round. Tank wins this decision clearly. Tank has an interview with Blatnick, who says he hurt his hand at the end of the fight, so we'll see if he makes it to the final. We then preview our title fights, Frank Shamrock and Kevin Jackson, which I'm really looking forward to, and Maurice Smith versus Randy Couture, which should also be good. Those are coming later on. We get some Kevin Jackson propaganda, and I'll just say this now, I wish we got more Kevin Jackson, like, beforehand. He came in and he dominated his then lightweight tournament. But look, an Olympic gold medalist, I wonder how he would have done up against the heavier fighters when UFC was still mixing them. But next up, we have a debut for Kazushi Sakuraba. He takes on Conan Silveira. And now Sakuraba, here's a story, right? He trains with Yoji Anjo. We've seen Anjo versus Abbott. Sakuraba not supposed to be here. Instead, we're supposed to have Anjo and a guy called Hiromitsu Kanehara. They're both wrestlers, or pro wrestlers, so is Sakuraba to be fair. But Sakuraba is actually a last minute replacement for Kanehara, who got injured, and as the story goes, this is a heavyweight tournament. The minimum weight is 200 pounds, as we know. Sakuraba apparently only weighs 183 here. He reported himself as being 203. Silveira's over 240. So he's in his second MMA fight ever. Nearly 20 pounds underweight and 60 pounds lighter than his opponent. We'll see how this one goes. The fight starts. Sakuraba shoots from a mile away, still gets the takedown though. Silveira is able to reverse position, get control of Sakuraba, and gets the back. A whole lot of work on the ground. I stopped taking notes just to watch this. The transitions are fast, scrambling for an arm lock, both guys looking for top position. This is great. Both men back to the feet, and you can see the size difference there when Silveira starts hitting Sakuraba with some good shit. Sakuraba blocking up against the cage, high guard, eating those shots, and he changes level, looks for the takedown, and Big John stops the fight. The crowd react. I can't even explain. It wasn't positive or negative, it was just noise. Big John thought that Sakuraba slumped to the mat and was about to get put out cold, so he stepped in and stopped it. This was a bad stoppage, and honestly, it might be the first one in UFC history in terms of the fight being stopped early. There's been instances where there's been a late stoppage. Shout out to Orlando Veet, he says hi from the cemetery. And shout out to Jason DeLuca as well, who waves with his left arm because his right one is hanging off. But this was again a terrible stoppage. Big John goes over to the corner and says he was out. He clearly wasn't, but that's what Big John thought he saw. Now the crowd starts booing. Now they are pissed off. Sakuraba tries to take the mic out of Bruce Buffer's hands, who reacts very calmly and professionally. But then again, is Bruce Buffer really going to step up to Sakuraba? Who knows? The crowd are proper pissed off. This is the most noise they've made all night, but commentary is now trying to run PR for Big John, saying that, well, Big John thought that it was the right thing to do and safety of the fighters and all this other bullshit, right? Can we just call it what it is? It was a bad call. He made a mistake. Blatnick saying when he dropped to his knees it looked like he was out. No, it didn't. It looked like he went for a shitty single leg takedown. Commentary, again, see whenever you think they've turned the corner, they just ruin it by acting as though they're fucking blind and can't just see what's in front of them. They run Frank Shamrock propaganda. Excuse me, and I don't mind it because I am looking forward to this fight. Mike Goldberg tells us that Tank has broken his left hand and will be unable to continue to the final, and I swear to God, Tank Abbott out on another final. This guy could have had more tournament wins than Royce Gracie if he had some luck. Even if he had bad luck, it would still be something. He has nothing right now. Mike Goldberg also lets us know that the UFC sanctioning body is not blind and they can call what's in front of them. And they say the fight was stopped early, so unlike UFC 11, Silveira will not be handed the win because his opponent can't continue. Trey Tellingman will not be called upon. We're just going to rematch the semi-final between Sakuraba and Silveira. And that's what's going to be the UFC heavyweight tournament final. Why not just restart the fight when you can clearly see what happened? Restart the fight, and then the winner faces Tellingman. Like, I feel like he get done dirty in all of this, but that's just how it goes sometimes. So before we get to the final, we have a title fight. UFC's first ever middleweight champion will be crowned right here. Kevin Jackson, Frank Shamrock, younger brother of Ken Shamrock, only 24 years old. This should be a good one. And the fight starts, and it's gone. Shamrock via armbar in 15 seconds. Are you fucking kidding me? I thought these title fights were going to be the saving grace of this card. Now there is some real pressure on Couture and Smith to deliver. I couldn't believe this when I seen it. Like, I was so hyped for this fight, knowing Kevin Jackson's credentials, what we'd seen of him before in his tournament win, up against Frank Shamrock, his reputation, what we know of him. Like, from Lions Den, obviously, he's going to be decent. Just from, like, a first-time viewer watching this, what you're thinking when you see Frank Shamrock, you're like, okay, this guy's probably going to be pretty good. Up against Olympic gold medalist, though. And then he just fucking armbars him in 15 seconds. I could not believe it. They tried to say it was 22 seconds. I swear the clock was like 15 when he tapped. But, again, that's just how it goes sometimes. So, we have a Vitor Belfort video next. Before the Vitor Belfort fight, He's up against Joe Charles, or you may know him as Ghetto Man, or on this channel you'll know him as Black Aladdin from UFC 5. I still have the image of him dancing with the fucking full Aladdin garb and the Timbs on. It is burned into my brain. So this fight begins, and like, look, you actually need to see this to believe it. What does fucking Black Aladdin have covering the cheeks right now? Is that a fucking nappy or a diaper for my American brothers? What the fuck is he wearing right now? Anyway, oh my god. He throws the calf kick. Vitor takes that invitation to just clinch him and then get the takedown. Steps across to mount. Vitor then transitions to try and isolate the arm. Charles scrambles. Some nice work here on the ground, but he ends up on bottom again. And I've spoke about the production at previous UFC events. I've actually given it quite a lot of praise for the most part, saying how it gets better after every event. I don't know what goes on here and what the fuck is happening with the audio. I spoke about the golf commentary from Blatnick, but the mics set up around the octagon are picking up either some random Japanese or Portuguese from a corner, but it's these guys screaming in a foreign language, and it's interfering with the commentary, where commentary's just continuing to speak normally using their indoor voices, but you can't hear what they're saying over the yelling that's happening directly into the mic. And I'm just bringing it up here because this hasn't happened at any other event. And I don't know if it's the Japanese audience, I doubt it considering how quiet they've been, or if it's some guy in Vitor's corner. Again, it's just foreign, so I don't know what language this is, but this has never happened before, even in a Vitor fight, so I don't know what the problem is now. But back to the fight. There's some more scrambles as Vitor, again, constantly looking for the arm. Vitor gets the mount and finally gets the armbar and the win. This felt personal for Vitor. It was as though, like, he was determined to show people he could actually, like, move on the ground and has good ground game, because he did not throw a single punch this entire fight. They tried, right, now, they tried to build this as a super fight, which is fucking egregious. This is not a super fight. UFC is on its arse right now and kind of tapped for stars. That is not an excuse for trying to sell this to us as a super fight, but it was a nice win for Vitor nonetheless. Goldberg again calls the internet a great area where you can access wonderful information, and wow, how times have changed. I would kill for the internet to be a great area to access wonderful information again. But yeah, don't forget to dial up UFC and surf for the website online. And whilst we're here, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more of these retro reviews. They preview our main event for the heavyweight title, looking at Maurice Smith, and I will never get tired of watching that combo he hit on Mark Coleman in overtime, having been on bottom the majority of the fight, getting back up, hitting that 2-2, 1-2 high kick in overtime. In overtime. He had Coleman on top of him nearly that whole fight. And at UFC 10, the final between Don Fry and Mark Coleman, we reviewed it here, you should watch it. I said at that time I would love to have seen how that fight would have went when both men had the same starting position. Like, I get how tournaments work, but Don Fry had been in there 5 more minutes than Mark Coleman that night. See if they'd both fought each other fresh, or maybe just like closer to total fight time. I think that fight would have gone the same way as Smith and Coleman. Just me personally. I think Don Fry, we would be talking about that a different way. And then who knows if Mark Coleman becomes the first heavyweight champion, the 6-0 streak. If that fight, Don Fry against Mark Hall, like that fight that happened earlier that night, if that had been stopped earlier, which it probably could have been, it's interesting to think about how that would have changed the course of history. But you should watch that UFC 10 review. It's in the playlist on the channel. I'll link it at the end of the video. But we then get the video for Couture, then a replay of the Sakuraba-Silveira fight before we then get to the tournament final, which is also the same fight as our semi-final, but hey-ho. Bruce Buffer announces that the last fight between these two has been ruled a draw. This contradicts what Mike Goldberg told us when he said that Big John's decision stands, which technically would be a TKO win for Silveira. Fast forward to the present day, that's now been changed to a no contest. So you decide for yourself. You watching the video right now, tell me what you think. But we get into this, Sakuraba's second MMA fight, or third, depending on how you look at it. Silveira is 29-1 and again 60 pounds heavier. The fight starts, they clinch. Silveira able to press Sakuraba against the cage, gets the takedown. Sakuraba has a hold of Silveira's wrist, and even through the scrambles, he still holds on to the wrist, looking for the arm. He made that clear early on. But the two then make it to the feet. Silveira still in control as we go back to the floor. And Sakuraba now is on top, but Silveira isn't really in any trouble as he himself looks for the arm on Sakuraba. But almost out of nowhere, Sakuraba is able to transition to the armbar, and he gets it. Silveira taps out and the crowd goes ballistic. This is now the loudest they have been all night. And the corner jump into the cage, and this guy with an eye patch caught me so off guard. Like, who the fuck is this guy? But I'm assuming that it's Yoji Anjo from the Tank Abbott fight. He now just has a makeshift eye patch on. But Sakuraba wins the tournament, gets carried out on his team's shoulders after an impressive win. And look, there you have it. The 183 pounder, allegedly, not 203, wins the heavyweight tournament. How did that happen? We'll never know. But after the tournament final, it is now time. We have Randy Couture for the first time called The Natural by Mike Goldberg. And before the final, we get the movie trailer outlining how we got here, looking at both Maurice Smith and Randy Couture's journey to this fight here. This was great, right? This right here was a fucking video package. This is what I wish the opening intro was, because this was great. Genuinely amazing, tremendous, right? I can't say enough good things about this video package. They're calling Maurice Smith the Iceman, which I don't like that. I don't know if he had that name in kickboxing, but in MMA it feels like sacrilege that anybody other than Chuck Liddell is called the Iceman. It does not feel right to call anyone else the Iceman except for Chuck Liddell. But here we are in the octagon playing the national anthem of America. This was a thing when we reviewed Pride 1. The main event between Gracie and Takada had the national anthems. Like, they had a sort of ceremony before the fight. And this must just be a Japanese thing, because again, we have it here. Maurice Smith and Randy Couture, Bruce Buffer as well, all looking up to the rafters where the American flag's hanging. Is that a thing? Do you need to look at the flag during the national anthem? I didn't know about that. But Randy Couture out here in the long boys, like, what the fuck is up with that? But looking at the tail of the tape, these guys are similar age, height, same weight. A pretty even matchup here. This should be good. Big John gets it on and the fight starts. Maurice Smith immediately throws leg kicks, whilst also managing to avoid the takedown, which I was shocked at. Well, he avoided the takedown for about 40 seconds before then Couture manages to take down Smith. And it's just sort of a ground clinic from here on out, to be honest, into side control. And not gonna lie, not a whole lot of action. Not because nobody's pushing for anything per se, but just not really a whole lot happening. Couture into side mount, lands a couple of strikes, and then he gets a crucifix, almost a key lock, but now back into half guard and then mount. Smith's defense here on the ground, I want to point out, is not completely useless. In his previous fights, we spoke about how, or it might have just been the Mark Coleman fight actually, now I think about it, but we spoke about how his striking off the back is really good. But here, his actual defensive transitions, moving from being in on the bad end, on the receiving end of a mount, moving back into half guard, back into full guard, is actually quite impressive from a kickboxer who's not meant to have much of anything on the ground. So I get, look, he's at Lions Den. He doesn't look the same as the other Lions Den guys, I will say that much. But for training for what feels like at least a short time, they keep talking about this guy's kickboxing record like he's Alex Pereira. So I'm presuming that that's what he's been doing his whole life. From a kickboxer, this is pretty decent ground defence. Couture stands back up. Maurice Smith kicks up, and I thought he was just going to get thrown to the side and then taken back into side control, but we're back into guard, and Jeff Blatnick actually gives credit to Maurice Smith here as well. It's not just me, you see. The Olympic gold medal wrestlers also recognise some decent grappling, okay? It looked as though we were getting back to the feet here. Couture almost gets the back before Shamrock just screams, roll, roll, roll. And then we're back into half guard again. Like, I keep... The only information I can give you is what I'm seeing, and it's a lot of groundwork, it's a lot of transitions. Around the 10-minute mark or so, Couture is able to mount, while still in half guard, but lands the most he has all fight. Some decent shots, nothing devastating. But it's taken that long for anything of note to land from either guy. Smith is about to reverse position, but we scramble. Couture is back into the guard. More fence grabbing as they move closer to the cage. Couture moves into side control. As soon as Mike Goldberg mentions the arena being quiet as a sign of respect to the fighters, Jeff Blatnick then moves back into golf commentary mode. And we end regulation with Couture on top as we move into overtime. They say that Couture is part of the Raw team. Okay. And then they explain that that means Real American Wrestling. I'm glad they specified that. But Smith starts overtime. Nasty low kick. Couture then accepts the invitation to the takedown. Smith, again, we move into side control and stay there for the entire first overtime period. The buzzer goes with an armlock attempt from Couture, but nothing actually applied. Second overtime starts. Smith lands some nice shit to start the round, and then after 30 seconds, Couture gets a takedown. Couture lands some knees from the top to the head of Maurice Smith, which are completely illegal, and absolutely nothing is done. And that's it. We close the second overtime with Couture on top. The two shake hands with each other and each other's corner before the decision is rendered, and Bruce Buffer announces that one judge has declared the fight a draw and two judges have given the fight to the new undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Randy the Natural Couture. That is the first time that Maurice Smith has ever lost a title fight, and the judges score these fights, right, based on grappling, striking and aggressiveness. I know that's very specific, definitely not up to interpretation, and totally not subjective in any way at all. But I had Couture winning this one. There was limited striking. To be honest, Maurice landed the few and only strikes on the feet. When the fight was on the ground, it was Couture who took it there. He was in control. He had the better striking on the ground. You can't really measure aggression in this one. Both guys were fighting for transitions, top and bottom, but Couture was controlling the action, which I think is the important part. And that was enough to win the fight. Maurice sort of assesses the fight the same way. He says all Couture done was hold him down, and he says it was pretty even on both sides in terms of the striking. He doesn't think he lost because Couture didn't beat him up, and to be honest, I get that, but he says all Couture done was stay on top. That's kind of the point, but Maurice says that he will be back. As Couture gets interviewed by Japanese TV, they promo UFC 16, that will take place in Louisiana. That will be our first review of 1998. Kevin Jackson will be back to avenge his loss to the Lions Den Gym. He takes on Jerry Bolander. We see the return of Chemo, Frank Shamrock, and the debut of Pat Miletich, but that is for our next review. Randy Couture is presented with the heavyweight belt. He says that this was a close fight. He says he expected it to go long, and I always think that mentality is what actually makes the fight go long. But elsewise, Couture speaks well, and it's sort of interview bingo, to be honest, but Mike Goldberg and Jeff Blatnick review the fight, saying the knee strikes on the ground may have swayed the judge's decision. They're illegal. Like, am I the only one mentioning this? You've literally told us this before, that you can't do that, and we're just acting as though, yeah, you hit him with knee strikes to the back of the head on the ground, and that might have swayed the judge's decision. It shouldn't have. You're not allowed to do it. But that brings UFC 15.5, UFC Ultimate Japan to a close. All in all, an okay event, not spectacular. Let's say it now, right? The cultural differences in the Japanese audience compared to an American one led to a distractingly quiet commentary desk. which wasn't a problem when we reviewed the Pride 1 event, but that might be because the commentary was done after the fact and not live. As for the action in the octagon, Frank Shamrock was very impressive. Sakuraba's debacle was just that, an absolute debacle. A bad call from Big John, who doesn't admit to it, therefore commentary doesn't admit it. I don't understand why commentary now always has to side with the referee when everybody at home sees exactly what happened. It was a bad call, which is annoying, but it was impressive to see Sakuraba submit the bigger man in the final, in the rematch. Had Sakuraba versus Silveira 1 and 2 in the same night. But like that's just how it goes sometimes. The circumstances around getting it is not great, but if we just admitted that, yeah, it's not great, it would be so much better than just pretending as though nothing happened. Fucking Officer Barbrady, nothing to see here, everything is all good. Our referee's a genius. No, he's allowed to make a mistake, and it's okay to say he made a mistake. Tank Abbott needs to work on his cardio and start checking some leg kicks, but an okay performance, nothing crazy, basically smudging him to a finish. Tank Abbott goes all out in the first 10 seconds, and if he cannot KO you in those first 10 seconds, he just goes for a takedown. But that's Tank's problem. The Vitor Belfort fight was a farce. I don't know if someone dropped out early or dropped out, like, when I say early, I mean earlier that day, that Joe Charles was just the guy on hand, and you need to fill this spot, buddy. Get your shit together and get the fuck out there. But we haven't seen this guy since he last got dominated by Dan Severn, and then he's in a quote-unquote super fight. Get that to fuck, seriously. The championship fight between Maurice Smith and Randy Couture, 21 minutes long. Half of it was probably compelling. Maybe you could describe it as that. As soon as it got into overtime, you knew, like, it's only 3 minutes a piece long. As soon as Couture got the takedowns, you knew that it was over. I agree with the decision that Couture won, and I also understand Smith's frustrations. They are valid. Not my favourite event. Nothing really to go back and watch. A historical note, UFC's first time in Japan. So if you want to watch it for that, go ahead. But I actually think the crowd's a bit of a hindrance, particularly if nothing else but for commentary. But that's it for 15.5. Join me next time at UFC 16, the battle in the Bayou. Kimo is back once again, seemingly for his annual UFC fight. That's what it feels like at this point anyway. Frank Shamrock is back, so too is Kevin Jackson. Tank Abbott on commentary. What could go wrong? Make sure to subscribe, hit the notify bell so you don't miss out on that video when it drops. The last retro review on the channel, UFC 15, has nearly 1,500 views, so that's the most viewed retro review. So thank you for that. I would appreciate if you like this video, comment your own thoughts below, share with a friend. And yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all next time. So UFC 16 Battle in the Bayou took place on March 13th, 1998 at the Ponchart Train Centre in Kenner, Louisiana, just 2 days before the Pride 2 event. No points for guessing what our next review is. So we start with a video package running down the fighters on the card. Our main event, Frank Shamrock defending his middleweight championship against Igor Zinoviev. We have 2 super fights, which is pushing it because these are not super fights. Sorry Kimo versus Tsuyoshi Kosaka. That is not a super fight. Neither is Jerry Bolander versus Kevin Jackson. These super fights used to be Gracie, Shamrock, Severn, Tiktarov. Guys that had been here, we'd seen consistently, appearing at multiple events, and a name on the card that you would recognise. Even Kimo, at the time he got his super fight against Shamrock, had only fought once, but it was a star-making performance. Jackson is off the back of getting subbed in 22 seconds. Bolander won a tournament last year, which wasn't anything to write home about. And we have never seen Kosaka before. He's 12-5 currently. He has a win over Maurice Smith. But, I mean, earlier in Maurice Smith's MMA career. But we don't know who the fuck this guy is. How is this a super fight? We're back in the USA and things are looking bleak. Allegedly 4,600 in the building tonight. Commentary is Jeff Blatnick and Mike Goldberg. They build Igor's submission game for his fight against Shamrock, and they say he's got Russian military background. And that's one of those things that sounds impressive on paper, and then they turn up and get smashed, like we have seen every other time any Russian military op has been here, they get beat. So I'm not really too worried about that. Chemo gets called a superb athlete by Blatnick, 250 pounds and ripped. I genuinely don't think that Chemo has looked the same any time we've seen him. Like, he's had a completely different build every single time. I don't know how he has this many transformations. I genuinely don't. They talk about Bolander being the leader of the Lions Den, and Jesus Christ, this gem is in trouble. Bolander isn't even bad. He's just fucking boring and doesn't have the Shamrock name value. But we move on to our lightweight tournament, which, adjusting for inflation, would be a welterweight tournament. For the first time in UFC, we have a 170 pound tournament. We have, obviously, the heavyweights are anyone over 200, middleweights are under 199, and now we have the lightweights, which are 170 pounders. According to Mike Goldberg, this tournament is filled with pure steel and raw guts. Okay. Burnett is a powerlifter. Tado is, he's in here, right, for his 5th pro MMA fight. His first one was in 1984. We are in 1998. His last one was against Renzo Gracie, which was a no contest because the fans rioted, and that led to MMA being banned in Rio de Janeiro. This sport's always a great laugh, never gets taken too far. Saunders in this tournament is an Olympic silver medalist at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, and Pat Miletich makes his UFC debut tonight, probably best known for his coaching, but at this point he's 17-1-1, that one draw being against one of tonight's alternates, Chris Brennan. Also having beat Brennan actually in the rematch by decision. Oh boy, by decision, yep, I can see that one. Joe Rogan is back, and it's weird as fuck seeing him out here with the hair and the ear piercing. He gives the credit to John Peretti, a new UFC matchmaker. His first show was at Ultimate Japan, which was the last event we reviewed. You should watch that video on the channel. I'll have it linked at the end of this video. Sakuraba and Frank Shamrock debut, 2 title fights. It's a good time. But he doesn't have full autonomy over that Ultimate Japan card. But you can sort of see Peretti has his vision for the sport. We're seeing these lighter guys coming in here, but he has his vision for the sport. We'll probably start seeing some more changes over the next few years. He done a really good interview a couple of years ago with the MMA History podcast, and you can see his influence on this card, again with the 170 pounders, and his friends being on the event. Training partner Igor Zinoviev, I'm going to get that name fucked up every single time. We're just going to call him Igor, right? And Mikey Burnett. Look, these guys, Mikey Burnett's in the tournament. He's friends with the matchmaker. So goes the way of the world. We spoke about this with fucking Horie and Gracie. It's the same thing here. Joe Rogan says that this is the best UFC card we've seen in a while. I mean, whatever you say. We'll see if that one comes to fruition. We go over the rules and the ways to win. Nothing new here. And out comes Mikey Burnett, and I swear to God, I thought, right, my first thought was, who is this small child walking to the octagon? He is 5'6", 170, and this is the smallest guy we've ever seen in UFC. And then he takes off the entrance gear, and holy shit, this guy's in good condition. That took me by surprise, caught me so off guard. And now out comes Tado. And this guy looks even smaller. He's like fucking Floyd Mayweather. They try to say that this guy's 5'8", 160. Are you out of your mind? He is tiny. But Jesus Christ, these midgets hit hard, and swinging for the fences, by the way, for about 90 seconds. They stand there and trade shots before the submission attempt from Burnett, but he can't get the gilly. Tado escapes. Burnett is still on top in the guard, and after a lightning fast start, we are in the guard. until the 8-minute mark, until referee Joe Hamilton stands us back up, and then we go straight back into a firefight on the feet. Can these guys please just stay standing? Tado gets his shit rocked and Burnett almost KOs him on the feet, but Tado's able to clinch against the fence at least, and the 2 break. We get back to the middle and Burnett TKOs Tado with a nasty uppercut, another big hand, and he's out on the feet. The referee jumps in, stops the fight. Tado has no fucking idea where he is. This was a very good stoppage, to be fair, and I know that this wasn't the devastating KO flatline, but it was on the way to it, so it was a good stop by the referee. Look, this was a decent fight on the feet, super boring on the ground, 5 straight minutes of guard, but on the feet very exciting, and Burnett wins his semi-final fight, but immediately commentary lets us know he will not be able to continue and will be replaced in the final with his Lions Den teammate Christopher Brennan. So Pat Miletich is up next. He's taking on Townsend Saunders, and these two again, this is the last time I'll bring up these guys' size, but Jesus Christ, these 170 pounders are like modern day flyweights, just ridiculously small. It's so weird to see. Like 170 pounders right now is like Islam and Ian Gary, and now we're seeing these guys. It's so weird. The two clinch to start, they trade knees to the body. 90 seconds in, with basically, that's all the contact that there's been. There has been next to no contact in this fight. And there's some mild booing from the crowd before Saunders shoots in for the takedown, gets it, and you guessed it, folks. More time in the guard, this is just what we do. Finally, after the 4-minute mark, you think we're getting back to the feet? Or we're getting any movement whatsoever? You thought wrong, motherfucker. We are straight back to guard, and there is mild discontent in the audience. They've literally killed the crowd. They don't even care enough to boo. They are sitting there on their hands, silent. So just before the 6-minute mark, we see one of the worst leg lock attempts I've ever laid eyes upon. I have no idea what he's even going for here. A slightly better attempt at heel hook 2 minutes later. Unsuccessful. Straight back to guard. I've put this in 1.5 times speed now. Fuck these guys. This is truly terrible. So at a point I'm asking here, can the ref please stand this up? And as soon as I say that, Miletich then sweeps, gets on top, and the referee calls this outstanding action. I fucking give up. Honest to God. I love this sport, right? But sometimes it's just truly awful. Saunders is back on top into guard, because what else would we do here? Mike Goldberg now calls this spectacular. This might be the 13th reason. We go to overtime because we need to see more of this, right? We need to see more of it. They clinch, and all of a sudden the crowd starts making noise. Not because of any of the action going on in the cage, but because there's a fight in the crowd. Fuck this fight. Fuck these guys. Miletich wins by split decision. How? Because Saunders was on top the whole fight, landed the better shots of what very few there were. Given what this fight was, right? And the robbery finish, pound for pound, one of the worst fights in UFC history to this point, and I know that there's some stiff competition in there. Like, we've had long fights that have gone to a draw with no action. These are two fucking nobodies doing this shit, okay? One of the worst fights in UFC history to this point. Then again, who gives a fuck, right? The crowd boos the decision because they aren't fucking blind. But who cares? Again, fuck both these guys. Next. Jesus fucking Christ. An eternal 15 minutes that was. Jerry Bolander gives pre-fight comments, and someone really should have wrote his speech down for him, but again, at this point, who gives a shit? Genuinely, that last fight, right, has wiped any enthusiasm I have for this event or watching any fights ever again. We get Kevin Jackson in an interview. He says that he was disappointed with his last performance. What else would you expect? In the John Peretti interview, he said that he told Jackson not to shoot on Shamrock, and he did anyway and got subbed in 15 seconds. I bet he wishes that he listened to John. We started things off, and Bolander has the same camo shorts on that Burnett had earlier. That must be a new thing. That must be the Lions Den garb. We'll see what Shamrock has on later. After nearly a minute of nothing, my tolerance is through the fucking floor right now. I apologise for that, but Jackson just sort of trips, stumbles, and falls into a takedown. It wasn't even an actual attempt. It was just as though like JB tripped up over his own feet backwards and Jackson just swarmed him, and now he's into guard. Oh, back to guard. JB almost gets an armbar here, and I thought that was actually going to be it, but Jackson does well to escape. He's into a sprawl, some elbows to the lower back that must have hurt like fuck, because JB immediately just springs back up to his feet. The two wrestlers on the feet, as you'd expect, offering nothing in terms of hands. Jackson sprawls on JB before taking the back, and we're into half guard. Jackson here actually lands some good shots, but then he attempts the key lock. He has the wrist control here, but can't actually get the hold applied, and then Big John just restarts the fight on the feet. After that last fight we just saw, the decision to stand this up is outrageous after Jackson has the opportunity. Like, the submission is open there and like not 2 seconds ago, and then we just stand him up. But I'm not even going to complain, because I am sick of guard, and as far as I'm concerned, we should just stand everybody up. So good on Big John for that. Jackson immediately gets the takedown, and I can't prove that he's poking Bolander in the eyes, but his fingers are constantly covering the eyes. Big John has to keep telling him, watch the eyes, but I can't prove he is actually poking him. It's just as though he's like trying to make him blind. Not literally, he's just like blindfolding him, so to speak. But again, back to guard. JB attempts the armbar again, but Jackson escapes into half guard. Really nice transition here from JB. I was actually pretty impressed. And he's able to flip Jackson over into the armbar, gets the full extension, and Big John stops the fight. But Kevin Jackson never tapped, and he is fuming. Fuming. And I understand both sides of this. Kevin Jackson, obviously pissed off. The fight gets stopped when he didn't tap. But with a minute and a half left of the round, you can assume that if Big John didn't stop this, Jackson's arm would have been broken. And nobody wants that. Like, this is one of those instances where they talk an awful lot here about fighter safety. This is where it actually applies. Tony Ferguson, I always remember, was in a similar position against Oliveira, and Ferguson didn't tap, although it was at full extension, and the referee didn't stop it because they were so close to the end of the round. Here, there's still a minute and a half left to go. I think Big John was right to stop this. Obviously, not an ideal finish, but if it keeps going, he's going to break his arm. The fight's over then anyway, and now you're injured and need to rehab a broken arm. So, a good call from Big John. This would be the end of Kevin Jackson in UFC though, and I'm guessing this had him pretty pissed off. He never came back, which is a shame. I liked Kevin Jackson, but hey ho. We have the final of the lightweight tournament, Pat Miletich against Chris Brennan, and I am already dreading watching this. Miletich gets booed during the introductions, which is completely justified, and commentary are just ignorant to it. They just don't even acknowledge it, completely ignore it, just move on. Brennan takes down Miletich, and so it begins. Into half guard, the ghillie attempt by Brennan, and Miletich escapes. Now he's on top in the guard as I turn on 1.5 times speed. And after 9 minutes, and I'm being dead serious right now, 9 minutes of nothing, Miletich chokes Brennan with his shoulder, and the crowd goes mild. They do not give a single shit about this, and neither did I. So they don't even present a medal here. Good. Nothing has been earned here. And we just skip straight to a Frank Shamrock video where he says that he's going to beat Igor in our main event. Oh boy, will he. Maurice Smith talks about Chemo and who he calls TK, so we will call him TK as well because we're familiar like that, just like we are with JB, friends of the channel, by the way. He says that Chemo is more of a striker, which contradicts, his discipline being Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and also contradicts Bas Rutten and Stephen Quadros. And what they were saying at Pride 1, they described Chemo as a grappler and basically just roasted his hands for being shit. But to be honest, I can't even put a name on Chemo's style. It's not even jiu-jitsu either, it's just sloppy. But I love Chemo, so does it really matter? It is whatever. He has his own style. He has the, what did he call it? Administering chemotherapy on his opponents. He has the chemotherapy style. So Mo Smith picks TK to win. Basically says that this is going to go a while. And what do you know? He says that unless Chemo can get a quick KO, possibly get a cut and a doctor's stoppage, that's Chemo's only way to win. So we'll find out about that. We hear from Chemo. He says he'll do whatever it takes to win. Clearly on the sauce again. He cycles more than Lance Armstrong. Goldberg says size won't be a factor in this one, even though there's only the 20 pounds difference after all. Tank Abbott on commentary. He calls all these lightweights little chihuahuas. And honestly, I know I said I wasn't going to make little jokes anymore, but he's right. These guys are tiny and not even technically impressive. I understand that John Peretti likes smaller guys and he's the matchmaker, but this was not an entertaining tournament. And I'll get back to that in the recap at the end of the video, but right now, the Hawaiian fighting legend Chemo from Huntington Beach, California, immediately sprints across the octagon, nails TK with a left hook. TK tries to take down and Chemo sprawls. Chemo tries the leg lock. TK does well to escape. They just start rolling around the octagon and they manage to stand up. Or I should say TK manages to stand up against the fence before then just being taken down again by Chemo into half guard, and the crowd actually start chanting for Chemo. I love it. Here commentary says that the plan for this fight here, the winner will face Tank Abbott at the next event, UFC 17, when we return to Alabama. That won't happen. Chemo gets countered, he counters a takedown with one of his own into side control and half guard. We're back to this again. And Tank now on commentary is begging for someone to throw punches, and I'm thinking the exact same thing. I like Chemo, but we're here in Mount. You know what I mean? Come on, let's get it going. TK manages to get the leg lock attempt, forcing Chemo off the top, and we're back to the feet. TK stuns Chemo on the feet, and Chemo looks so tired that these shots aren't even devastating shots, but he just looks so gassed that it's like watching the hero die in a movie. He just starts getting pieced up, and his fatigue is making these shots seem even worse because he's reacting so slow, but he's still staggering with every single hit. He needed that minute break for overtime. And coming out of the break into the overtime, Chemo immediately shoots, gets sprawled on twice. He fails 2 takedowns, and twice on the way back up to the feet, he gets hit with hard knees by TK. Chemo finally gets the takedown, but is then quickly reversed because he's so gassed. And TK is now on top. He's hitting Chemo with just the hardest shots of the fight, and he's well on his way to a decision. The last 10 seconds is literally just an absolute onslaught from TK, and the judges decide that he won the fight. Unanimous decision, and I agree, this was a clear victory for TK. And so finally, the fight that we have all been waiting on, the last one, Igor versus Frank Shamrock. We hear from both fighters who are confident they're going to win, but what else would you expect? It's kind of like interview bingo. And Frank Shamrock's now fighting out of the Alliance, not the Lions Den. He's accompanied by Maurice Smith. And will we see some striking from Frank Shamrock? Maybe this time. Will we? Well, we won't, because in 20 seconds, he picks up Igor and nearly kills him on the slam. Genuinely, by the way, I'm not joking. Igor gets stretchered out of here. Now, we don't see that on film, but in my research, Igor gets stretchered out here. The slam from Shamrock, you'll see it. The shoulder of Shamrock lands straight on Igor's chin, The power on the slam, Igor's head like bounces off the floor, comes up straight into Shamrock's shoulder that has just all of his weight dropping on it, straight onto Igor's head. I'm not joking, this was the end of Igor's career. He got injured on this slam, broke his collarbone, fractured a C5 vertebrae, and that was it. He was done. And that brings UFC 16, the Battle in the Bayou, to a close. Thank goodness. So, I don't want to be completely negative on this one. This was not one of my favourite events. It might have just caught me on a bad day, but this was not great. But let's start off on a positive note, okay? No alternate fights put on this pay-per-view. I've been complaining about this. They are pointless unless the winner is actually competing in the tournament. And even then, just show me the highlights. These shows are already long enough. Like, we didn't even get the highlights here, so that is a move in the right direction. And when I've critiqued them before and asked them to change it, I need to praise them when they then actually do change it. So, on to reality. Now, the lightweight tournament was terrible. Burnett versus Tado had an entertaining first 90 seconds and an entertaining last 90 seconds, and everything in between was pure drivel. Miletich, I'm not even going to talk about. Just disgusting performances, a bad decision, shouldn't even have been in the final. The tournament was shit. Like, what else do you actually need me to say? JB versus Kevin Jackson was not offensive, hardly scintillating, but you listen to commentary and this was the greatest night of fighting to ever happen, and it's ridiculous. Like, the card picked up at the end, Chemo versus Takei, wasn't bad, not something I would ever describe as even being good or like a must watch, but Chemo getting tagged repeatedly whilst gassed and still not going down was pretty impressive, I suppose. But I mean, nothing that you need to go out of your way to see. Performance of the night, moment of the night, knockout of the night happened almost 2 hours into the card. Frank Shamrock is goated. Nothing else left to say. He is the shining light of this card. If there's anything worth watching, if you haven't seen that slam, go and watch Frank Shamrock versus Igor slam. It's a 20-second fight and the best 20 seconds on this card. I spoke about Tank Abbott in the Hall of Fame in my last video. Some nice feedback on that, by the way. I wasn't expecting that, but that was nice to read. Where's Frank Shamrock in the Pioneer Wing of the Hall of Fame? I don't know. Can someone find him, please? But that is that. UFC 16, the Battle in the Bayou is in the books. And if you're watching anything from this show, make it the last 20 seconds and burn the rest of it. UFC 17 will have the return of Mark Coleman, Frank Shamrock, Tank Abbott, the debut of Dan Henderson and Chuck the Iceman Liddell. But that's the next UFC event. Thank fuck the next time I speak to you on a retro review will be for Pride FC. We will be reviewing Pride 2, and this is such a blessing because I want far away from UFC right now. Pride always comes along just at the right time. After UFC pisses you off, Pride just rises up. Pride 2 has some Gracie representation, so that's not good. We were scheduled to get Hoyce versus Mark Kerr. Hoyce gets injured, thank Christ. Or maybe not, I just think Kerr might smash him, so might have wanted to see that actually. Mark Kerr's still on the card, Sakuraba's on the card. Thankfully, more UFC veterans, Marco Huas, Gary Goodridge will also be there. And we will be there to review it all. Hit the like button, subscribe for more content, hit the notify bell to stay up to date with all the content as it drops. Share with a friend who enjoys early UFC, should find out about early UFC, or has an interest in Pride and just wants to hear me lose my mind. So share that with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. UFC 17 Redemption took place on May 15th, 1998 at the Mobile Civic Center in Mobile, Alabama. We have a middleweight tournament, a title fight, the return of Mark Coleman and Tank Abbott, and the debut of the Iceman Chuck Liddell. We start things off with the phonetic spelling and definition of redemption, so you know that this cold open is going to be a banger. And okay, whilst not a banger per se, it is a definite upgrade on some of the recent slop we have been fed. for the opening at least, and some of the cards. This was a nice return to form and very good. I hope now we finally have the good intros back. We come up to the city of Mobile, Alabama, and enter the arena. We are met with Mike Goldberg on commentary, who is joined by the new commissioner, Jeff Blatnick. He was introduced to the fighters as the new commissioner hours before the show to discuss the rules and such. They had a meeting. He told the fighters not to refer to the sport as a no-holds-barred contest and instead refer to the sport as mixed martial arts, with the intent to improve the image of the sport, which is taking a bit of a pasting in the late 90s. This is generally considered by many the first time the sport was referred to as mixed martial arts. I'm sure people have different takes on this, but real ones know, right? And the subscribers of this channel know. They are the same thing after all. That it was UFC 14 when Joe Moreira fought Yuri Volin in one of the worst fights of all time. The more you know. So at the start of the event, Mike Goldberg pleads with the viewer to call the cable companies and tell them you want the choice to be able to buy a UFC event. Obviously at the time, the human cockfighting campaign led by John McCain is ravaging UFC finances because they're being blocked from getting to pay-per-view providers, making it very difficult for them to promote their events, and in turn losing a whole load of money. Mike Goldberg at the start here even says that this may be the last time you ever see a UFC event. Like, things are this bleak, folks. There was a point in time where the commentator doesn't even know if they will be able to continue holding events. Maybe we should be more grateful for every snooze fest that we get. Now, this event's called Redemption. Mark Coleman was supposed to fight Randy Couture, who had to pull out due to an injury. In turn, we get a last-minute replacement. Isn't that always the way? So, Pete Williams is in from Lions Den. I'm already worried. The commentators then run down the card. Again, we're booking super fights with guys we've never seen before. No wonder these guys are almost out of business. Not only is Randy Couture out injured, but so is Vitor Belfort. We go to Joe Rogan in the back for his comments on Vitor, who is perplexed at basically how Vitor has fallen off, basically, because of injuries and switching coaches. The guy's 4-1 in UFC. The only guy that beat him is the current world champion. Just saying, just putting that out there. But there are no alternate fights tonight, but we had some, what you could call prelims, so to speak. We didn't see them, they weren't shown, but Chuck Liddell made his UFC debut and got a decision win, which we are not shown. And for the sake of completing the event here, and the sake of 100% in this thing, Andre Roberts beat Harry Moskowitz, as though anyone cares. But let's get this show on the road. Dan Hollywood Henderson makes his debut for our first fight of the night. He loves it raw. He's a raw dog. Raw is Real American Wrestling, by the way. That is the same team as the current world champion, Randy Couture, who apparently Dan Henderson injured accidentally in training. Out comes Alan Goes, whose claim to fame at this point is fighting Tank Abbott in the stands at UFC 8. But this is his first sanctioned UFC fight. Joe Hamilton is the referee. And his opening line to start the fight is not John McCarthy's, you ready, let's get it on. Hamilton is get ready, get busy. You can decide which one you like better in the comments. But Goes opens the fight, couple leg kicks, and you can see Henderson does not like that. There's minimal contact for about 90 seconds. And the crowd starts booing because they aren't fighting. Nowadays, they would be called casuals by commentary. But Goes responds to this booing by knocking down Dan Henderson with the right hand. Henderson's still with it. He's not really dazed. He's down but not out, so to speak. Goes goes for ground and pound, but again, Dan's still in it. Dan tries for the heel hook as Goes attempts to finish, but the fight goes on. Goes scrambles and escapes. Both men are back to the feet. And the two clinch against the cage around the 3-minute mark and trade dominant position back and forth, whilst the referee offers them encouragement and tells them what a good job that they're doing. The two then end up crumpling in a heap on the floor. It looked as though Henderson tried a trip, but the referee was in the way. There wasn't much of a protest from Goes. He seemed okay with this thing going to the floor. Henderson's in half guard, then into full guard, lands some decent strikes, particularly 12-6 elbows to the ribs, which hurt like fuck. Goez attempts the arm lock from bottom, no success. He's bleeding from the nose and Henderson stands up and Goez just decides to take a breather on the floor, uncontested, before then standing up. Henderson just lets him do it. Goez, for being a jiu-jitsu guy, is not completely inept on the feet, and as soon as I say this, he starts butt scooching on the floor like a fucking idiot, and then I instantly lose all respect for Goez. Fuck this guy, we want Henderson to win now. Who does shit like that in a fight? Like, Jesus Christ. And then he stands up, puts his hands on his hips, like, really? You're not just going to placate to my bullshit here? Really, Henderson? Fuck this guy. This was a good fight as well, but now you've just pissed me off. Henderson clinches, lands a good knee. He's having some decent success in the clinch. He should start wrestling more, and as I say that, Henderson gets dropped again. This time with a left. It didn't even look that hard, but immediately when Henderson falls, he gets soccer kicked right in the face because nobody knows the rules. Joe Hamilton dives on top of the action immediately. Doesn't even really break it up. He just belly flops on top of them before then separating them. But then again, he does separate them, consults with Big John cage side, restarts the fight. Good call by the referee. The crowd chant bullshit because they didn't see the kick. It genuinely happened so fast. Like, I had to rewind it to see what happened, but we're back on the feet and it's just nice to actually see the rules being applied. Regulation time ends with both on the feet as we head to overtime. Henderson got dropped twice, but he might still be winning because these fights aren't judged by points. It's literally just vibe based on who has better striking, grappling and aggressiveness. But Goldberg tells us that judges can deduct 2 points for cheating, like kicking a downed opponent, let's say. But what does that even mean when there is no points? It's purely vibes. Henderson had the advantage on the ground, so he could be ahead if the imaginary points are deducted from Goez. When you sit on the ground in the middle of the fight, that's not going to get you aggressiveness points. But there are no points. In overtime, Goez is slipping out of the clinch, landing some good shit, nice leg kicks, almost drops Henderson, but again, Henderson pushing forward, he's landing nice shots in the clinch too. And then Goez just fucking drops on his arse again and beckons the guard. Fuck this guy. The crowd start booing again. I hate Goez. He looks like he's dead on the feet and conveniently the gloves come off, the action stops. And we're here for a minute while he just gets a breather. So the two throw for about 5 seconds in the clinch before Goez then sits down again like a bitch. And the fight goes to a decision. The judges score the contest using, again, imaginary points and unanimously award the victory to Dan Henderson. Thank God. This could have gone either way. In terms of the grappling and aggressiveness, Henderson had the upper hand. So you could just say, well, he won 2 categories to 1. But, like, how can we grade a fight like this? Like, Henderson got dropped twice. I think if Goez never soccer kicked him, he would have won the fight. But then again, he did just punt him in the face and decided to take 3 short naps during the fight. So I am glad that he lost. Next up, we have Bob Gilstrap, who is a very bald man, and he's up against Carlos Newton. Bob is cornered by Maurice Smith, and he's training at the Alliance with Smith and Frank Shamrock. So let's see how he gets on. Carlos Newton, 21 years old, currently 3-1, and Bob is 7-2. The fight starts and immediately ends. Newton submits Gilstrap after about 50 seconds with the triangle. He had a nice takedown, an easy takedown, went for the armbar, then transitioned into a triangle choke. Nice win. We will see if that 14-minute advantage he has will play a factor in the final, seeing as he took no damage here. Next up, we have our first heavyweight fight. No tournament, no rankings, no consequences. Joe Pardo versus Mike Van Arsdale. We have many heavyweights on the card. Why not just make it a tournament? Or cut the meaningless fight, okay? And just keep the Tank fight and the Coleman fight. Just a suggestion. They try and call this a super fight, which is complete bullshit. And why are we trying to con the fans? You need as much support as you can get right now. Why lie to the fans like this and calling this a super fight? Both guys in the same colour and style of trunks. Good lord, can they get anything right? So Mike is the bald one and has shoes on. Pardo is barefoot with the hair. And Big John is our referee in the black shirt. For this one, at least, Joe Hamilton is done for the night. Some nice leg kicks from Mike, even though he has shoes on, which seems like cheating, but, you know, whatever. And a nice body kick from Mike. What the fuck? Like, this used to be illegal, but I think it might just be head kicks. Or at the time, I thought it's just head kicks with shoes on that aren't allowed. We'll get to that later on, believe me. One of the craziest KOs I've seen recently. The fight goes to the ground, Mike on top in half guard. Pardo tries for the heel hook, can't get it, and we're into guard. Some decent ground game and transitions from Mike, but I don't think Pardo's very good. So we're pulling more of this shit, sit still and wait bullshit, like, and this is two meaningless fighters. Come on, guys, like, this is your chance to make a good first impression. We're 5 minutes in here and just nothing. But Mike is definitely quick and somewhat abusing Pardo on the feet with the speed. Like, he's clearly better. And I don't even think he's that good either, man. Pardo is overmatched. And we still managed to drag this thing out for 11 minutes. And the last 4 are filled with John McCarthy telling these guys do something before Mike ends up getting the key lock submission for the finish and the win. This was inoffensive, to be fair to it. It wasn't completely terrible, but it was long. I mean, I say that 11 minutes, that's speaking for the time. An 11-minute fight is long and completely pointless, which it was. Even for today, it's still pointless. 11 minutes might not be a long fight now, but this would still be pointless if you put it in today's MMA, or UFC I should say. Maybe put Mike against someone who can at least be competitive with him for next time. You know, just maybe, just a thought. Peretti is still the matchmaker here. He will be for another little while. But next up, we have one of Peretti's least favourites, one of my personal favourites, one of your favourites. We have Tank Abbott up next. He's taking on Hugo Duarte. And Tank gets a hero's welcome from the audience here in Mobile, Alabama. Because guess what? He's a star. And the people know him, which is what is missing off these cards at the time. And particularly this card, because to this point, you would have no fucking idea who anybody is. And of course, now, speaking 30 years after the fact, right, we know who these guys are now with hindsight. But see, at the time, in the cards before this, guys like Vitor or Couture or Dan Henderson on this card, nobody knows who they are at the time. So this is why Tank gets the reaction that he does, as though Jesus Christ has just turned water into wine in front of them. And other guys aren't even getting nearly half the reaction that Tank Abbott is getting. So the fight starts. Tank stuffs the takedown for about 20 seconds before then being taken down, standing back up and pummeling the fuck out of Duarte and winning the fight. The crowd erupts. I swear to God, the crowd erupts. Tank drops the shirt on his opponent, waves him off, and Tank leaves the cage before he can even get his hand raised. This is the most badass man there has ever been. The crowd are chanting, Tank, Tank, Tank. This card needed this right here. This was absolutely incredible. This was honestly the best thing that UFC has put on in a while. And matchmaker John Peretti can go fuck himself right here, because he doesn't even want Tank Abbott here. And that is baffling, because he is your biggest star. He is the most entertaining fighter you have here. And this was amazing. Great win for Tank. And the fans, I have to say, the fans here in Mobile, Alabama, on form all night. But they helped make this a moment as well. From the entrance to Tank getting back up, to the pummeling, to the walk-off, out the cage, up the aisle, all of it. This was genuinely terrific. It might actually be an all-time UFC moment for me. I could not stop smiling. I was smiling ear to ear for most of the rest of the show, to be perfectly honest. But next up, we then get a guy from SCG promoting Street Legal, where he's basically saying we're going to have drag races for tuner cars. And, I mean, basically Fast and the Furious, by the sounds of it. This is basically Race Wars from Fast and Furious. And Fast and Furious comes out in 2001, so a bit, ahead of the curve here. Like, that is one of the only ones with an actual focus on the tuner car scene around the time, which might be hard to believe now, but was actually very popular. And it's one of those things that probably still exists now. I don't know how big the tuner car scene is. I don't think anyone's rushing to make movie franchises out of it. But that culture is growing through like magazines and shit at the time, and is basically just tricked out cars but brands that are found in the street, like fucking Honda or Mitsubishi, or, you know, what are the American brands? A fucking Ford or something. Like, it's just Fast and Furious with what he's promoting, basically. They call it street legal, and they're putting it on pay-per-view. I need to know if anybody saw that. Next up, we have our middleweight final. And I hope Dan Henderson got his shit together, because he ate some leg kicks in that first fight. So that has to be playing on his mind. Newton, however, finished his fight in about 50 seconds, taking no damage. So he has the clear advantage coming into this one. At 20 seconds in, I don't know if Dan Henderson gets dropped for a third time tonight, or if he just got, you know, hit hard and level changed immediately, or if he got dropped and forced into shooting the takedown. But fuck knows what actually happened. I don't know the mentality or the psychology behind the decision, but he got hit hard, dropped down, and then shot in for the takedown. There's some other guy on commentary as well who doesn't make himself known, right? Turns out it's Frank Shamrock, but we aren't told this until like 6 minutes in, and it seems to be interfering with Jeff Blatnick's mic, which is now popping. But Henderson's dominating on the ground before the fight stood up, and the fight is restarted around 3 minutes in. After the restart, Newton gets the double leg, very impressive, but Henderson gets right back up and we're on the feet again. The fight is at a point so chaotic, both swinging, attempting takedowns, momentum switches back and forth, takedowns, get-ups. I can't even call all of this, it's that crazy. Henderson manages to grab the fight by the scruff of the neck, clinches Newton and just starts ripping knees. Henderson is really good in the clinch. That has been his best weapon all night. I'm surprised at that point that Newton is still standing. He's just eating knees, but finds some separation. Henderson, who again has success in the clinch, so of course he's going to try the standing gilly and takedown. For fuck's sake, man. At least he's better off on the ground as opposed to the feet. At least he's not trying to stand with Newton. Until a minute and a half later, where he just stands up and then lets Newton stand up. This happened in the fight with Goes, and Henderson got dropped after. So I'm glad to see that he's using his brain, right? This is an insanely high IQ move for Henderson. And what do you know? He nearly gets dropped with a leg kick almost immediately after standing up, for fuck's sake. He's now limping around the cage, gets caught again. He isn't checking any of these leg kicks. Henderson gets dropped again, or it was a slip actually. It doesn't look good, because Newton hit him with some hands, a knee, and then slipping like that was just not ideal timing. But then he just shoots a panic takedown, and we're into guard to end regulation time. Into overtime, Henderson has no ability on the feet. Outside the clinch, he just eats hands and leg kicks, has no control of his limbs. When he throws, it's horrendous. He just gets his shit rocked again. Nearly dropped. He has both hands on the floor, but he's still standing. He panic shoots and gets the takedown. Commentary say the winner of this may go on to get a title shot at middleweight. And they also say that Frank Shamrock will face Jeremy Horn at a later show. Very specific. But the fight ends and we go to the judges. Frank Shamrock thinks that Newton won the fight, and in terms of damage, he definitely did. But how are these fights graded? You know, striking, grappling, aggressiveness. Newton won the striking, lost the grappling. The aggressiveness is even, right? So how do you even decide who wins? Henderson got his shit rocked multiple times. I would give it to Newton, and so does one other judge, but two give it to Dan Henderson. And I would say robbery, but it was close. And, like, again, how the fuck is the winner of the fight even decided? The scoring is ridiculous. But that was one of the best fights we have seen in UFC for as long as I can remember. Genuinely, that might be the best fight in UFC we have seen. This is fight of the night, and this isn't even the Hall of Fame fight on the card. So we must have a fucking doozy coming up. But July 17th, 1998, UFC are promoting a Night of Champions event, which is basically a clip show, a highlight package of their favourite fights. And that is where Frank Shamrock versus Jeremy Horn will be shown. Key word there, will be shown. Shown, not actually contested, but shown. Mike Goldberg announces Jeff Blatnick as the new commissioner. He pleads for sanctioning in more states, denounces the no-holds-barred name, and says that we at UFC always had rules, and basically pleads the case for MMA. You can tell he cares a lot. And then Mike Goldberg just starts plugging merch and tells fans to spam the cable provider to put UFC back on pay-per-view, which made me laugh. But next up, we have what's billed as the main event. Mark Coleman makes his return to face Pete Williams, who is here on short notice. He says that he was preparing for a fight with Dan Severn, whilst Mark Coleman was preparing for Randy Couture. So there's a sign in the crowd that says Mark Coleman 316 says, "I just whooped your ass." Shout out to Stone Cold Steve Austin. I laughed when I saw that. See, the vibes have been so good this event, which is such a nice change of pace, because these recent events, both now in Pride and UFC, have just been dreary. But we're back up. We're underway in the fight, the main event, and Williams is a big guy, by the way. Maybe not as wide as Coleman, but he is pretty fucking big. And Coleman gets a takedown eventually after a struggle, and Williams is hooking the top of the cage. No penalty though, don't worry about that. Williams almost gets an armbar, and Jesus Christ, Mark Coleman's face turns bright red, Dana White style. But he escapes nicely and is back into guard. Mike Goldberg with a really good point here. Genuinely, commentary made a really good point. Headbutts have been banned since Mark Coleman last fought. And Mark Coleman used to be the guy to spam headbutts every single time he was in guard. I hadn't even thought about that. That was a genuinely good point from Goldberg. After about 5 minutes of minimal groundwork, but I mean, Coleman's still throwing. It's not as though he's completely just dead waiting there, right? He's still throwing. Big John stands this one up. I don't know if I would have stood it up at that point, being perfectly honest here, as much as I hate just sitting in guard. I think Coleman was probably busy enough to maybe warrant an extra 20 seconds or so. But Coleman on the restart lands a huge right hand that pushes Williams all the way back, and Coleman lands another soon after, but you can tell he's just tired. Cardio is like Mark Coleman's kryptonite. He's just so massive that carrying all that weight means he just gets tired so quick. And if he can't finish you early, like, this is just what happens. Like, this fight is so similar to the Maurice Smith fight, where Coleman just can't get off the cage. Like, he doesn't push forward. He throws in one big charged shot instead of a combination, because he literally doesn't have the energy. So all Williams has to do is just step back, then push forward again, because Coleman, like, just will only stick to the fence. He won't move at all. Coleman shoots for the takedown and just about gets it. He scrambles back, or Williams then scrambles back to the feet quickly, but Coleman has him in the body lock against the fence, where he lands a couple nice shots, but then William ends up landing a nice knee to the head in the clinch. Coleman goes for the takedown. Williams grabs the fence. Just blatant cheating. Again, don't worry though, no penalty. Mike Goldberg says, "That's a nice strategy from Williams." Yeah, it's cheating, and he does it twice. What the fuck? Coleman gets him down and just looks exhausted as we end regulation in the guard, because what else would we do? Blatnick says Coleman looks tired but not exhausted. I don't know what he's watching, because Coleman looks like he's about to die in the corner. Genuinely looks like he is about to expire. Meanwhile, Williams is getting like the motivational speech of a lifetime here. Overtime starts. Coleman doesn't leave the corner. Not exhausted, by the way, just tired. Leg kick from Williams, and then he just starts teeing off on Coleman, drops him, stuffs the takedown, knee to the face, high kick. Oh my fucking God. What a KO. You will not see a cleaner high kick than that. Roundhouse straight to the face. The sound was absolutely sickening. See, like a wooden baseball bat crack that you get? Jesus Christ. High kick with his shoes on. Just a crazy KO. Lyons then floods the octagon. Ken Shamrock is there. A huge upset at the time for UFC. That's 2 in a row now where the underdog beats Mark Coleman. 22 years old. Just amazing for Williams. He must be on cloud nine. This fight is the one that's in the Hall of Fame. Now, I don't know if this was a Hall of Fame fight. This was definitely a Hall of Fame knockout. He came out in overtime, right? And the corner told him he needed a finish. And Jesus Christ, did he get a finish. Now, this was it for the UFC 17 pay-per-view. But we still have another fight to go over. We'll do that and then a whole recap at the end of the review. So earlier in the show, we heard Mike Goldberg say that Frank Shamrock versus Jeremy Horn will take place at a later date. Well, that later date has arrived right now, okay? That later date was actually the same date. And Mike Goldberg said that the fight will be shown on UFC Night of Champions on the pay-per-view, which is just a clip show for all intents and purposes. But the fight is getting filmed now, and they put it on at the end of UFC 17. So you've just seen Mark Coleman get decapitated not 5 minutes ago, and now we have another fight after that. For the middleweight championship, Frank Shamrock back for another title defence. He has the best activity in UFC, and he's against Jeremy Horn. Now, we've moved from a pretty nice remastered edition of UFC 17 and seemingly legitimately time travel to 1998. I have no idea what's up with the picture quality, but this is what's on Fight Pass, so it'll just have to do. And just think to yourself, right, this is the best footage of the fight that they could get. Shout out to all the people who used to watch TV like this on a small TV box. I still remember the TV box, like barely. Like before flat screens were a big thing, I barely remember box TVs. And say anyone younger than like 20 watching this, imagine this picture quality on like a tiny little pixelated screen. Shout out to everyone who was living like that. You have my eternal respect. Seriously, you do. Now, Shamrock has been dusting these folk in seconds. So the fight starts with Jeremy Horn. Shamrock opens with 2 leg kicks, immediately gets taken down, and that is the official longest fight that Shamrock has had in UFC as it goes past the 22-second mark. Horn gets into mount, nice sweep from Shamrock to get on top, which is short-lived because he attempts a leg lock. Now he's back on bottom, trying to work from the bottom, looking for the arm, landing elbows and punches though. To be fair to him, he's doing more work from bottom than Horn is doing on top, which would be a theme throughout this fight. Finally, this thing is stood up after 6.5 minutes. After the restart, Horn gets a takedown into mount again. This time he attempts to land strikes, or should I say a single strike, before he's just content to stay on top and do nothing. I fucking hate this style. If that has not been made abundantly clear, I don't want to be the guy ad nauseum saying this is bullshit and not even fighting, because everyone knows that who's watching this. But I need to talk about what I'm seeing, and sadly that is a lot of what you're seeing at this time. Shamrock sweeps, manages to get on top, lands some punches to the back of the head, always good, nothing done about that. Both men exchange leg lock attempts before they stand back on the feet, and the crowd erupts for them standing back on the feet. Horn again attempts the takedown. Shamrock sprawls, but Horn won't let go of the leg. His single turns into a double and he's on top again. Horn into mount, doing nothing, literally lying on his forearms, resting, looking at his corner. Like, he does genuinely do this. And when he gets into these dominant positions, he then does nothing. It's as though he has no clue what he is doing. Big John almost immediately just stands this up. Like, it takes seconds for John to just go, nah, back up to the feet, because he can see that Horn has no intent to do anything except lie there. So again, it takes literally seconds for Big John just to stand this up, and tells Horn to get busy. Genuinely, after all these takedowns, he's only attempted 1 ground and pound strike and didn't even land it. Back to the feet, Horn, like Mark Coleman, will not now get off the fence. He looks a little tired, but he shoots again. Why, mate? Why are you doing this? You will do fucking nothing. He gets side control, lands a knee, holy shit. And then regulation ends. We move into overtime, and somehow Jeremy Horn is probably ahead. I hate saying that because his style is shit and he has no intent to finish the fight, just to stall for time. And wouldn't you know, Pat Miletich is in the corner, just an absolute bullshit artist, literally only one step above the Gracies, just pure bottom of the barrel shit fighting. And now Horn tries a takedown, Shamrock uses the cage to stay up, and I don't even care. Fuck this guy, cheat as much as you want. Horn body locks him against the cage, no intent to cause damage, gets the takedown straight into a knee bar. Horn immediately taps. Thank fucking Christ. This guy did not win. Another one for the good guys, okay? Shamrock got out of jail here, and he knows it. He looks more relieved than happy. He is still middleweight champion. Good for him. Good for us as well. And that brings this night of action to a close, both UFC 17 and Night of Champions. Whew. Now, I'll grade UFC 17 on its own without the title fight because that wasn't shown on the actual pay-per-view, but the title fight was fine. It was saved by the ending when Luke Skywalker defeats the evil Empire because, like, look, Shamrock says I watched his tapes and he never performed like that. That means that this was a Pat Miletich production, okay? So Pat playing the role of Emperor Palpatine and Horn as Darth Vader. Like, and thank God Luke Skywalker comes in to save the day. The destination was nice, but the journey was shit, okay? As for UFC 17, this was a nice return to form, to be honest. The last couple of events have not been my favourite. And not to say that this was one of the best events, but Dan Henderson's tournament win and 2 fights were entertaining, even if you could argue he didn't win either of them. Newton was impressive in both fights as well, not a bad tournament. Tank Abbott had a generational performance, which was unbelievably entertaining. The fans helped create that moment, and genuinely one of my favourite UFC moments so far, and maybe all time. It was genuinely that much fun. Mike Van Arsdale, Joe Pardo is whatever. The fight meant nothing, went 11 minutes. I could have done without that, to be honest. It wasn't offensive. Mike looked fine. Pardo was overmatched. Just packed in smoke. It only took 11 minutes, but we got there. The main event was special as well, eerily similar to the Maurice Smith fight where Coleman's on top dominating. The fight gets restarted on the feet and then he just looks drained. Nice combo from his opponent and he gets finished this time. Maurice Smith hit that same high kick. I think it may have been on the other side. It may have been a lefty from Maurice, but Coleman just shows he's open to it. He's so tired, his hands are down low, and he just got colded this time. And that's just how it goes. And you get a Hall of Fame moment out of it. So all in all, not a bad card. Some good KOs, some good subs, some nice scraps. Solid event. You can watch this one. I'm not saying it's must-see, but I would recommend it. If someone said to me, is this worth watching? I would probably say yes. There's absolutely enough good stuff on here to give this card a definite watch. Next time for UFC, we are back, but this time in Brazil. Tank Abbott returns, so does Frank Shamrock. Sadly, we need to watch Pat Miletich, so you know that's going straight to decision, and we're probably going to have another crash out. But we get the debut of Wanderlei Silva. He's taking on a returning Vitor Belfort. That should be a good one. As for the next retro review, we are going to Pride for Pride 3, the promotion's third event. We're going to give them another chance. I just put together the Pride retro review playlist on the channel, so go watch that. Sorry for my South Korean brothers. That first episode is blocked in your region. And the South Korean sisters, I know you're watching. So comment your own thoughts on this event and review in the comments. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notify bell to stay up to date with when the content drops. And we have retro and modern day content, so there's something for everybody. And yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you all very soon. So UFC 17.5 Ultimate Brazil took place on October 16th, 1998 at the Ginásio de Portuguesa in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Forgive my pronunciation. This is our second time outside of the United States, so long as you forget that Puerto Rico exists. And this event came just less than a year after Ultimate Japan, or UFC 15.5, as the US State Athletic Commissions are just not sanctioning the UFC. Besides some select southern states, that's why a lot of these events have been taking place in like Alabama and Georgia and shit. So if we can go overseas, then that's just one less thing to worry about. But the event starts with some Brazilian propaganda, and this is where we glaze Brazilian fighters who just embarrassed themselves at Pride 4. But I mean, look, we glaze these Brazilian fighters and we just have to pretend that they haven't been detrimental to the sport, in terms of their style at least. Unless your name is Marco Ruas or Vitor Belfort. They said that they had 13 Brazilian fighters in the UFC and only 2 of them do I actually like. But a fine video nonetheless. We go to the desk and we have Mike Goldberg and Jeff Blacknick on commentary, who take this chance to talk about how good Royce Gracie is. For fuck's sake, is this what we've become? We have the middleweight championship on the line. Frank Shamrock versus John Lober, who Blacknick tells us is the only blemish on Frank Shamrock's career, which isn't true. That is a complete lie. Bas Rutten has something to say about that, amongst other people, by the way. Frank Shamrock has been beaten multiple times. But for the first time, we will have our very first lightweight championship title fight. We've been over this before. Lightweights fight at 170 at this point in time, so adjusting for inflation in 2026, it's welterweight. But here in 1998, it's lightweight, so that's just what we're going to call it, and Pat Miletich is in there. So you know it's going to be fucking chronic. If his previous fights and corner work are anything to go by, this has boring decision written all over it. But then again, all the jiu-jitsu fans in Brazil will love it, won't they? We'll get to that in a minute. And one fight I'm actually looking forward to, Vitor versus Vanderlei, so you know what happens. When I look forward to a fight, it will be over in seconds. They also have the middleweight championship over this billboard, which is just strange, but that's just a technical mistake. We'll forgive them for that. We go over the rules, the ways to win. I appreciate this from UFC. They make a point of saying that there's 2 judges from America and 1 from Brazil. Okay. And my prayers have been answered. Thank you, God. My prayers have been answered. Genuinely thank God Bas Rutten is on commentary for this event. One half of the best commentary team in MMA. Can we just get rid of Goldberg and Blacknick? They are fucking terrible in comparison to Steven Quadros and Bas Rutten. I would take Quadros and Rutten on commentary now in 2026. But see if there's no contract that prevents Bas from doing this. What's been stopping them from making Quadros and Rutten the commentators this entire time? The absolute fucking dross we've had to suffer through. Jesus Christ. And why did Bas Rutten not correct Jeff Blacknick and say, here, by the way, I've beaten Shamrock before? But again, we'll just leave that. Bas Rutten will fight in the heavyweight division in January. We know that Bas was going to fight in UFC at Pride 3. He said he was going to fight Randy Couture for the heavyweight title, which commentary hasn't mentioned. This whole time, right, at UFC 17, they said that Couture was injured, when in fact he is in the midst of a contract dispute. Isn't that always the way for the heavyweight champion? Isn't it just always the way? But Mike Goldberg just says that Couture has elected not to defend his belt. Okay then. So he tells us that and then says that Bas is only going to be here for a few fights. Like, for fuck's sake. You know, you go from feeling so high and then they just crush you like that. But Bruce Buffer's here in the all-white jacket, the fucking tuxedo. He introduces Ebenezer Braga. He's up against Jeremy Horn, who we've seen take on Frank Shamrock. Made it to overtime. He controlled a lot of that fight. So he's been brought back and handed Braga. So both in the same trunks, you know how I feel about that. And see when both these guys look so fucking similar as well. It's just an unnecessary pain in the arse. Just wear different colours. Braga clinches, pushes Horn against the cage, and we're here for about 2.5 minutes before a meaningful strike comes. And, you know, it's from Braga, nothing too devastating, before Braga then gets the takedown with a nice trip and lands some ground and pound before stepping back, letting Horn get back up, and as soon as he gets up, Braga puts him in the standing galley, very deep, turns Horn around, and then pushes him up against the fence, gets the win. Very impressive from Braga. So, of course, we'll never see him in UFC again. Like, he just beat Jeremy Horn, who took your champion, Frank Shamrock, to the absolute limit, was fortunate to get the win over Horn. Braga disposes of him in 3 minutes easily. And so, yeah, buddy, good luck with the rest of your career. See you later. The fuck are we doing here? Braga will be in Pride at some point, whether or not our reviews make it that far. time will tell, so we might see him again at some point on the channel, but never in UFC. Next up, we have Pete Williams versus Tsuyoshi Kosaka. We'll call him TK. But we've seen Pete Williams knock out Mark Coleman in the earliest UFC fight to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I know people say, oh, the first one was Griffin and Bonner. Whatever, right? This was the actual earliest fight, the first fight that we have seen go into the UFC Hall of Fame. And I could watch that knockout forever. It is just the perfect high kick. Unbelievable from Williams. So TK fought Chemo at UFC 16. Absolutely heartbreaking defeat as TK won the decision. Pete Williams is from the Lions Den, the old Shamrock gym, and Kosaka is from the Alliance, the new gym of Frank Shamrock and Maurice Smith. Those two seem to be the figureheads of the gym, but commentary lets us know that there's no beef between these gyms, so any interest you might have had in this fight, don't have that. They tell us that everybody's friends. Thanks. I'm about to see these two go to war and you're telling me that they're friends? Come on. Williams throws the high kick immediately, not with the same gusto as he hit Coleman with, but he still throws it. TK gets the hip toss, which I love. There's something just satisfying about seeing the hip toss in an MMA fight. I don't know what it is, but TK then into half guard commentary starts saying that the winner here may fight Bas Rutten in January as part of the road to the heavyweight tournament of sorts. Not a one-night tournament, but, you know, a sort of series of fights over multiple events. TK has been working the arm since getting to the ground, multiple attempts at the key lock, and seeing this fight, I'm not sure what's happening with the mics on commentary, but the audio quality just isn't the same as it has been in previous events. Bas Rutten's mic is really low, and it doesn't help when Blatnick just yells over the top of him and doesn't let him speak, but that's happening, and I need to Bas is the best commentator here, and we just won't let him talk. The two stand back up in the cage, and TK gets another takedown back into guard, transitions to half guard, goes for the arm again, constantly looking for the key lock. And about 7.5 minutes in here, Williams, his elbow is almost bent back the other way, which would have just been harrowing if it snapped. I can't believe he didn't tap. He manages to make it back up to the feet. Williams, when he gets back to the feet, he's like a strict kicker. Not a lot of hands, at least being hit. He's throwing them, but he's not actually hitting them. And it hit me watching this that we didn't actually really see Williams on the feet a lot. He was kind of staying at range against Coleman and just waiting for the takedown. We only really seen him active on the feet when it got to overtime, but Williams then gets the takedown on TK into mount. TK's just better on the ground than Williams. He then sweeps to half guard. Inevitably we get into full guard. The crowd starts booing, of course, and this is where Bas Rutten shines, right? Because he's actually honest, proving why he's the best part of this commentary team and part of the best commentary team in the game. He is actually honest about what we're seeing in front of us. He says the crowd want to see strikes. This is Brazil. They want to see striking, which must give Goldberg and Blatnick a fucking heart attack. Oh my god, we're not allowed to be honest on commentary. What the fuck is going on? Mike Goldberg instantly cuts him off saying, well, you know, the Brazilians are familiar and love jiu-jitsu, as though he knows more than Bas Rutten, right? They were saying at the start of this event that while this crowd will be familiar with and appreciative of the ground game, just because Royce Gracie is Brazilian does not mean that all Brazilians love jiu-jitsu. For fuck's sake. Bas then returns with a very valid point, saying, well, Luta Livre incorporates striking, and, you know, there's a lot of Vale Tudo fans, which just fucking stunlocks Goldberg, clamps him in his place, and then Blatnick just runs over the top of Bas talking about action in front of us where there's nothing happening. I fucking love Bas Rutten. I fucking hate UFC commentary. It's always been terrible, folks. Not just nowadays. Always. Into overtime, and the lighting's fucked momentarily. We're still on this fight. Pete starts throwing hands. TK has some back from Williams. Throws just a lazy kick. Gets taken down because of it. And Williams ends up on top, though. Stands up to close out the overtime. Nasty high kick. Can't believe that just didn't get a reaction. TK just ate it. And the fight ends. We're not even really cheering or booing. It sounds like the rabble, rabble, rabble crowd from South Park. But TK wins the decision. I think this was fair. He was closer to a finish than Williams, multiple submission attempts. And Williams never really rocked TK on the feet, even with that high kick at the end. But next up, we have Mikey Burnett versus Pat Miletich for the first ever lightweight championship. Well, I suppose not the first ever lightweight championship, I suppose, but the first ever lightweight title fight. It's on the line here, and I'm not looking forward to this, so you already know what's going the distance. Miletich just lies in the pre-fight comments, saying that he's aiming to tire and finish Burnett. Finally, the fighters are in different shorts. I will give credit where it's due. The fight starts, Mikey Burnett attempts the standing choke, and Miletich just gives him a wedgie to escape. How the fuck is that allowed? Like, what? And then, I'm not even joking, they have to stop the fight so that Burnett can readjust his shorts. What the fuck are we doing here? Oh, and by the way, Bas Rutten, who just fucking pulled the pants down on both commentators in the last fight, he's now not on commentary anymore. Coincidence? I mean, I don't know. They said he was only going to be there for a few fights, but I think they would have kept him on for the first title fight. Just a hunch that I have. So the desk is back to stinking again. After the restart, Miletich has Burnett against the cage. Now Burnett is giving Miletich a wedgie, and Miletich at the same time is giving Burnett a wedgie. Fuck this fight. Miletich pulls guard. I'm putting this into 1.5 times speed. Burnett's on top in half guard. The crowd starts whistling and booing. Whistling is a thing at the football. Like, the crowd will do that when they don't like what they're seeing, and football obviously being big in Brazil, that's a thing now in their MMA crowd, so you wouldn't typically hear whistling at an MMA event. That's how bad this is. But, I mean, look, that's just what the fans think. They don't like what they're seeing, and commentary must be, again, having a fucking stroke. After 2 minutes of nothing in the guard, the two stand up and clinch against the cage, and it's now time to give each other more wedgies. I'm not kidding. Watch this fight if you want. The crowd starts whistling and booing again. How the fuck is Pat Miletich in the Hall of Fame? These two get restarted. Whilst on the feet, they get separated and we start again. Big John should have just fucking waved this off. Miletich goes for the takedown, doesn't get it. We're now clenched against the fence. The crowd starts whistling again. Jeff Blatnick with tremendous insight, saying that Miletich doesn't think this is going the distance. And what he means by that is that someone's going to win before it goes that far. What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously. Miletich gets a takedown. Burnett ends up on top. The crowd starts booing almost instantly and starts whistling again. We get restarted. Once more, fuck this fight, fuck these guys. Fight Pass needs a 2 times speed. I would pay more for my Fight Pass subscription if they added 2 times speed. Miletich attempts the takedown, doesn't get it. Clinched against the fence, the crowd starts whistling and booing, which might just be the title of this video, whistling and booing. More wedgies in the clinch, another restart, this might be a record. Mikey Burnett apparently strikes Miletich in the groin. Commentary say if this is a draw, then that foul might come into play. Miletich is actually going to fucking win this fight off a groin shot. Into overtime. Again, another wedgie session in the clinch. Burnett into the guard. I wonder what part of the plan this is for Miletich. Like, is this the tiring him out part, being in bottom? Or is this the finishing part? More booing, by the way. Into the second overtime. And did anyone predict that this was going to a decision? Anyone? And by the way, nobody has been winning this. Like, not even the fans. The fans aren't even the winners. I swear to God, Miletich is going to win this because he get fucking kneed in the dick. Burnett knocks down Miletich whilst he has Miletich's leg caught. Like, it's not really a real knockdown. But he's into guard, stands back up, shrugs off another failed takedown attempt by Miletich. And then they clinch against the cage. Again, more wedgies. Again, more whistling. Again, more booing. Burnett's probably edged the overtime periods and therefore the fight overall, which, I mean, winning this fight is faint praise. Truly terrible. 0 striking, 0 grappling, 0 aggression, which is what these fights are scored on. Most violent strikes were Burnett with kidney shots in the clinch. This fight should have been in Pride 1998, and that's not a compliment. Miletich wins the split decision. The crowd is dead silent, as though, like, who cares, and then they start booing. And of course they did. It was fucking horrendous. Again, does Pat Miletich get better? I haven't watched his career. How the fuck is this guy in the Hall of Fame? If you want to recognise his coaching, put him in the contributor wing. These fights have been terrible. So we promo UFC 18, which will have Bas Rutten's debut. Thank God, because we need him right now. And our next fight is Tank Abbott versus Pedro Hizo. When Bruce is doing the intros, I can only describe the mic as being like kind of gravelly. There's some distortion in the sound coming through the TV. I think it's okay for the arena, but it's not tough hearing it. At some points it is tough, to be fair. But it's not very clear. But what an introduction for Tank Abbott. And he deserves it, right? You know him as the pit fighter from Huntington Beach, California. The one, the only, David Tank Abbott. So Tank Abbott was actually the first fighter to get the one, the only treatment from Bruce Buffer. People made a big deal that, McGregor and Jones are the only ones who get it. Pereira got it once as well. But never forget the first. And that is Tank Abbott. So one of the GOATs, one of my favourites. And there's something about Huntington Beach, California, where it just makes for a great introduction. I feel the same way about Coconut Creek, Florida. Some places just sound cool when Bruce Buffer announces them. Is anyone else like that? Have you got a place that just sounds good when Bruce Buffer announces it? So this is a Tank Abbott fight. So what Tank Abbott does is he rushes for the first 10 seconds. I should say Pedro Hizo is a student of Marco Huas. So that's, Bas Rutten's in his corner. That's probably why Bas Rutten is here. But Tank just charges at Hizo and gets dropped after 15 seconds. Tank just sprinted after him, because this is what he does. If he can't knock you out in the first 10 seconds, he goes for the takedown. He charged at Hizo for 10 seconds, didn't get the takedown, and then got caught trying to charge at him after. And he get knocked down, but he's still with it. It wasn't like he just got fucking rocked, wobbled, and sent back flying, and he doesn't know where he is. He's down, gets back up quickly, and he's gassed already, but we're all good. Hizo uses the leg kicks, and they're just fucking Tank Abbott's kryptonite. Like, Tank Abbott is down at one point, and Hizo thinks about throwing the soccer kick. You can tell for a split second. He almost has to stop himself, which I found hilarious. But he ends up landing some hands as Tank gets back to the feet, and Tank just has the clunkiest fucking takedown you've ever seen. He just barrels Hizo over, just about, barely. He just gets him moving backwards, manages to hook the legs, and just gets him down against the cage. And this is kind of the Tank Abbott cycle, we'll say, because Tank Abbott ends up needing a takedown, right? Because he can't defend leg kicks, and he's gassed. Not an ideal combination. And he gets the takedown, then he just kind of sits in guard until he gets pulled back up by the ref, or restarted, I should say, by the referee. Then he just puts all the pressure on again. And then the cycle repeats where he just does pressure, can't get the knockout, gets the takedown, sits in guard, stands back up, puts the pressure on, gets the takedown, fucking lies in guard, stands back up. And the cycle just repeats over and over again. But it's a great cycle. It's a very entertaining cycle. The fight gets restarted, and Hizo with the leg kicks. The crowd cheer after every leg kick landed. Any contact from Hizo gets this big cheer from the crowd. Hizo knocks down Tank again. This kind of was a combination between the weakened leg and the hard strike, but Tank is back up before being knocked down and knocked out for the first time by Pedro Hizo, who wins after 8 minutes. Those leg kicks, I feel like Joe Rogan talking about them right now, but just Tank Abbott's kryptonite. A nice win from Hizo, who we will be seeing again in the future, and Tank Abbott we'll discuss at the end of the video. Next up, we have a fight I'm looking forward to. Vitor Belfort versus Wanderlei Silva, and Vitor with no gi and a little smaller than the last time that we've seen him, and I'm looking forward to this. So you know what that means. This will be quick. I was dreading the Miletich and Burnett fight, and obviously we have to sit and suffer over 20 minutes of that shit, knowing that it was going to be shit, and it delivered. So now we have Vitor versus Wanderlei. The fight begins and it's quickly over. Like, the fight starts, Wanderlei misses a low kick and then lands one, which then almost gives Vitor permission to put pressure on, and he has some of the fastest hands I have ever seen. He landed a fucking 14 or 15 punch combination, all whilst walking forward as Wanderlei's stumbling backwards. He only missed one punch. See if he landed 15 punches. Like, he threw 16. He only missed one, I think, that I could tell. And landed them all on the chin. Great win for Vitor. Great performance from Vitor. But look, not to worry for Vanderlei. I'm sure he will be back. I'm sure we'll see him again. And this performance definitely showed he was built for success later on. So next up, we have our main event. We have Frank Shamrock versus John Lober. Shamrock walks out here with 3 belts. Will he be the first man to get the 4th? I think Coleman only had 3. I think he won 2 tournaments. He won the super fight. And he won the fucking... No, Coleman... Right, okay. Commentary needs a fucking word then. They tried to say he was the first guy to get the 4th. But the fight begins. Lover does a full lap of the octagon before anything happens. So... got to get your steps in, I guess. Lober attempts to take down, and what the fuck, I don't remember seeing anything like this before. Shamrock literally picked this guy up past 90 degree, like past a 90 degree angle in the gilly, drops him down into side control before we stand back up. Lober gets to take down, and then he's on top in the guard, into half guard, nothing really happening. Shamrock is able to reverse on top, stands up before we go right back down again. Shamrock reverses the position, we stand back up, couple leg kicks, and then a nasty right, finally, from Shamrock, who drops Lober, and then just lets him back up, before then dropping him again, up against the fence, and Lober is like holding on to Shamrock for dear life, right? He's finished, he's done. Some strikes to the body from Shamrock. And this went down as a submission to punches. But I think here you might see that... I say you might see, I'll try and include it in the photos, but, you know, it's whatever. There's almost like a Tank Abbott-style neck crank up against the fence, and John Lober just taps out. So, Frank gives a Shamrock... Frank gives a shout-out to Ken Shamrock, Maurice Smith, and Javier Mendez, amongst others, and he gives credit to Smith and Mendez for the leg kicks, which, I mean, again, very effective. Shamrock says that they're going to need to keep making belts for him. That's 4 in a row. Can he make it 5? Can he really go 5 for 5? Time will tell. Goldberg and Blatnick sign off, and that brings UFC 17.5 Ultimate Brazil to a close. So, mixed feelings about the card. Conflicting thoughts. You know, where do we start? Like, right, let's just start at the beginning, shall we? That's where all good stories tend to begin. So Braga had an impressive performance against Jeremy Horn. That's why we'll never see him again in UFC. Like, that's just so annoying. Like, and I get we're only grading on what we actually see here, but that's fucking annoying. This guy took Shamrock to the limit. Braga dispatches of him easy, and we just never see him again. So that is what it is. The actual performance on the night from Braga was very good, and against Horn, who you actually think, well, he took Shamrock to the limit, so he is a credible opponent. This was a really good win. Next up, we had TK versus Williams, which was fine. Nothing special. Nothing that you need to go back and watch. Completely derails the hype for Williams after the biggest KO of his life. So, again, just kind of derails his momentum after the KO over Coleman, but that's just how it goes, I suppose. TK will face Bas Rutten at UFC 18, so at least that's something to look forward to. More so for Bas than anything else, but I mean, who cares? You take the points when you can get them. And whilst we're talking about Bas, let's just veer off into a tangent here. When he was allowed to speak on commentary, he was the best commentator. And now that I've heard Quadros and Bas, it actually highlights how bad UFC commentary's been. I gave credit to them after those early events. I was like, commentary's bad, but at least it's getting better. Bruce Beck was doing a better job after being completely insufferable. Him and Blatnick were doing okay, getting better. Now Goldberg is here and it's fine. And now I've gone the complete other direction. See, when you've heard good commentary from Quadros and Bas and Pride, you can't unhear bad commentary in UFC. I watch modern UFC now on mute for the most part. That's where we're at now. But I need to watch these old events with the sound on to get the full picture of the event and the time that we're in and how the fans feel about what they're seeing. And That's another thing. Holy shit. Telling fans what you're seeing with your own eyes isn't actually happening, and the crowd is booing for unknown reasons, not because they're bored and don't like uneventful jiu-jitsu, not because they want to see striking. Are you crazy? They love jiu-jitsu. They are Brazilian after all. Not realising that Vale Tudo exists, which is just no-holds-barred Brazilian fighting, typically quite violent, so I hear, with striking. Luta Livre also exists, whilst less violent, still has strikes. They're still incorporated, they're a part of the ground game, historically popular amongst, let's say, lower socio-economic regions. And if you don't know, there's beef between the jiu-jitsu crowd and the Luta Livre crowd. They had a riot, it was a whole thing. Eugenio Tado and Enzo Gracie, you can look it up. MMA got banned in Rio for 10 years. So yes, not everyone is a fan of jiu-jitsu, or should I say boring ground game where nothing is happening. Jiu-jitsu can be entertaining. And not everybody is a fan of two guys lying on the ground. Even if they are Brazilian, they might still not be a fan of that. Commentary is absolutely insufferable. Pat Miletich versus Mikey Burnett, an abomination. Burn the tape. Terrible. But things then pick up. Towards the middle to end, we have Pedro Hizzo versus Tank Abbott. I enjoyed a lot. Multiple knockdowns, some good strategy from Hizzo. At least both guys are going for the finish, putting it all out there. This was some good shit. Vitor versus Vanderlei. I had Vitor just re-enter the flow state, which we haven't seen since like his fucking debut, which was just insane 15-punch combo that started on one side of the octagon and carried all the way across to the other side. And it was against Vanderlei. Unbelievable work. Performance of the night, easy. And the main event really kicked into high gear at the end. Frank Shamrock is really fucking good. As though I need to say that. He just broke Lober, who you could tell after about 5 minutes really started to tire in combination with the kicks from Shamrock. Just done a number on him. When he knocked down Lober the first time, and then he could have finished it there, but then just let him back up again. Probably between this or the Tank Hizzo fight for my favourite of the night. But yeah, a mixed bag as far as the event goes because of the commentary and the fucking Burnett Miletich fight. But as actual action goes in the octagon, not bad. The Miletich stinker is just seemingly something we're going to have to deal with. But everything else after that was decent to great. So not a bad card overall. And I just need to put a word in here at the end for Tank Abbott. Legendary run. He ends his first stint in UFC here, 8-7. He debuted at UFC 6, making it to the final against Oleg Taktarov. Unfortunate not to win. Oleg needed help leaving the cage. If the fight wasn't stood up there, there's reason to believe that Tank Abbott would have won that. That was a new rule at the time, put in after the Gracie and Shamrock nonsense at UFC 5. So, you know, he was also unfortunate not to win Ultimate 96. He tripped up over his own feet. He was beating Don Fry in that fight. And I think if he'd won those two tournaments, which, I mean, are such fucking fine margins that separate those wins from losses, then there would be no argument about what I'm going to say. But Tank Abbott should be in the Hall of Fame. You might not agree. His record doesn't look pretty. It only gets worse from here. But he's been carrying this company on his back during this time where they are fucking struggling. Some of these events have not been great, and I can only imagine how much worse they would have been had Tank not been there. This isn't a full obituary on his career. He will be back further down the line, but for now, we're going to miss him on these reviews. That's for certain, but not to worry, because there is another man from Huntington Beach who's about to take the UFC by storm. But we'll get to him next time. So we have the road to the heavyweight title at UFC 18, the debut of Bas Rutten in the octagon, also the debut of Evan Tanner, who you don't hear a lot about now, bit of a cult hero you could say, which sounds ridiculous considering he was a champion, but you don't hear a lot of people talk about him nowadays. He's debuting there, and let's get into these guys that are returning to the octagon, okay? Tito Ortiz, fuck yeah, right? Mark Coleman, okay. Pedro Hizzo, okay. Jerry Bolander, Townsend Saunders, who? Mikey Burnett, oh no. and Pat Miletich, for fuck's sake. So, I don't know if we're going to watch the main event, because you know it's another fucking boring decision on the way, but we have Bas Rutten versus TK, we have Coleman versus Hizzo, Tito Ortiz versus, Jerry Bolander, but I am excited for Evan Tanner's debut, so we need to balance that out with some bullshit, but that's for UFC 18. Comment your thoughts on this review, the card, memories of the time, like the video, share with a friend, subscribe to the channel, hit the notify bell to keep up with all the content as it drops. Thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time. UFC 18 Road to the Heavyweight title took place on January 8th, 1999 at the Pontchartrain Centre in Kenner, Louisiana. Last time we were here was for UFC 16 Battle in the Bayou, I think. So we begin by introducing some names from tonight's card. No tournament, by the way. We're almost done with the tournaments. I'll make a video on them at some point for my thoughts, but we then take a brief trip around New Orleans before we see a new logo here. And what the fuck happened to the guy punching the globe? The new logo is just a very bald man with the UFC belt, and that's it. That's the logo. Will a bald man with the belt be a sign of things to come in UFC 1999? We'll just have to wait and see. So we take a trip down a Louisiana swamp before we get to the arena, and we meet our commentary team, Mike Goldberg and Jeff Blatnick, as per usual. Mike Goldberg thanks all the pay-per-view providers and cable companies for basically allowing them to exist. And Jeff Blatnick comes in and he thanks everyone for watching. They're really big on gratitude, these two. And Jeff Blatnick then tells us to send a letter to the UFC and they'll pick someone. I mean, what's to be included in that letter? I don't know, just send one. And they'll pick someone and give them cage side seats for the final of the heavyweight tournament. And yeah, we break down our bracket. Some of these fights we already knew. I say some of these fights, there is two and we knew half of them. So Bas Rutten would take on Tsuyoshi Kosaka. We'll call him TK as we normally do, but for those new, we'll call him TK. We also have Mark Coleman versus Pedro Hizzo, and the winners of these fights will meet each other in the final of the heavyweight title tournament, or at least that's what we are told will happen, but we will see. Mark Coleman gives us an interview where he says that he was gassed before even getting into the octagon and he wasn't prepared against Pete Williams. How? Right? Like, how? Didn't you take like a year off? And I mean, that's just a loss that has not aged well. Especially like Pete Williams just lost that fucking unanimous decision to TK in his next fight. Not a good loss for Coleman. But we hear from Bas Rutten. He thinks that TK is a good grappler and he thinks this is a big opportunity for TK to face him tonight. But equally, it'll be a nice win for Bas if he can get the job done. They preview the main event, or what you think would be the main event, seeing as it's a title fight. But hey ho, I mean, I'm happy it's not the main event because it's Pat Miletich. He's back and everybody's excited about that. Goldberg then starts to run some propaganda for him and just lies, just straight up lies, saying that he's been spectacular inside of the octagon. He's had 3 fights and been handed 2 split decision wins when he actually lost both times. He is absolutely terrible. And Jeff Blatnick says, like, he says as much when you read between the lines of what he's actually saying. So Jeff Blatnick says he makes the most of the skills that he has, right? Which isn't a lot. But then he also says he's not explosive nor dynamic, but he wins. And he wins because he gets handed the win by the judges. He isn't actually winning these fights. He should be 1-2 right now. And somehow he's the champion. Like, what the fuck are we doing, right? He's taking on Jorge Patino. Vitor Belfort was supposed to be at the event to take on Jerry Bolander. Sadly, Vitor had to pull out of the event, but not to worry, because Tito Ortiz is back. So we haven't seen him since UFC 12, where he won an alternate bout to get to the final of the middleweight tournament. It might have been UFC 13. I can't remember. But anyway, he won an alternate bout. He got to the final to face Guy Mezger. If you remember that fight, Tito was winning before Big John stepped in to check a cut on Mezger. The fight got restarted on the feet, even though Tito was in the dominant position on the ground. And then Mezger ended up just subbing Tito quickly after the restart and won the fight. And Tito has been away ever since. But now he's back, thank God, because we need him. But we're starting off with a fight that I'm very interested in. Evan Tanner, a bit of a cult hero of sorts to UFC fans. Nowadays, you don't really hear many people talking about him, but we're still a little while away from prime Evan Tanner, but I'm still excited to see him nonetheless, because again, we need people that are good right now. We have a lot of people that are neither entertaining nor stars, so we kind of need Evan Tanner. But he's taking on Daryl Gowler, someone I know nothing about whatsoever. And I'll just say this now. Gowler looks so much smaller than Tanner. Not even so much in height, but like he is kind of short, I suppose. But like Tanner just looks so much wider than Gowler. Like I don't get it. These guys look as though they should be in different weight classes. Gowler catches the leg, trips Tanner by sweeping the other, and he's into guard. That's how we start the fight. Tanner attempts a triangle from bottom and Gowler with a slam. Jesus fucking Christ, the thud. The thud when Tanner hit the mat. And he didn't even let go of the hold. He still got it in. Good God, I cannot stress to you enough the sound of this slam. I don't know how they're miking the ring or the octagon, but Jesus Christ, that sounded hellacious. Gowler is able to escape the triangle that Tanner has in. Surprise, surprise, he gets slammed to absolute fuck. But he's into side control, back into the guard, and Gowler's cornerman just has the best advice, worth every penny by the way. He just keeps screaming, hit him in the face, Daryl, keep going. I'm not fucking joking, right? He keeps screaming. Gowler's right next to him, and he is screaming in his ear, punch him in the face, Daryl, keep going. And it's hilarious when you first hear it, because the crowd isn't making any noise, so it's the only thing getting picked up on the mic, clear as day. But it's just minutes on end of keep punching him in the face, Daryl, keep going. Like, that's all the advice that he has, and it's constant. Oh, Tanner's able to make it back to the feet, a couple good knees to the body. Gowler now starts running away from Tanner, and Tanner's just walking him down, clinching, landing some good knees, does really well in the clinch. Gowler was okay on the ground, didn't really threaten to finish, but he didn't look completely lost. He looked completely lost on the feet. Like, as soon as Tanner got back up, the fight was only going one way. Gowler keeps turning his back. Why? Tanner gets the rear naked choke while standing. Both guys' feet planted firmly on the floor. Gowler just keeps turning his back and literally just lets Tanner grab the choke on him, start standing on the feet before taking it to the ground. The tap and the win. Nice performance from Tanner here. I doubt we'll see Gowler again, but I could be wrong. Next up, Mikey Burnett versus Townsend Saunders. Both lost split decisions against Pat Miletich, even though they both should have won. Look, full disclosure, I took some days off watching any MMA whatsoever, right? I'm approaching this fight with an optimism that I did not have after our last review at Ultimate Brazil. So these two guys, right, again, I'm coming into this open-minded. Let's see if these two guys, fighting at 170 by the way, at 5'5" and 5'6", can deliver some excitement to this card. And I've said this before, I'm sure, right? See, going from only having these like massive roided up heavyweights to then these guys who are just like tiny in comparison, it's a jarring contrast. Again, these guys are 170 and they're the size of like flyweights. Like, and I don't know why it's so jarring to see, because like you can have a flyweight fight after a heavyweight fight in UFC now, and it's fine, it's whatever. But like these guys, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but like Evan Tanner would look massive next to these guys, and it might just be size inflation. And it's only shocking how small these guys are because you're expecting either modern size welterweights. Again, 170, or you're so used to like 90s UFC being just these massive guys. But look, never mind, it was just a thought. Burnett has some interesting shorts and socks actually with the fringe hanging off them. Bold choice. 2 minutes in, Burnett drops Saunders, who then bounces back up straight away, and then at first sight gets knocked back down again, but he actually just completely lost his footing and comically face planted to the mat. But Burnett cannot finish Saunders. So we see Shamrock in the corner at one point, and I'm not sure why he isn't just yelling like at his student, Mikey Burnett from the Lions Den. Keep punching him in the face, Mikey. Keep going. Like, maybe that was the initial plan, but we've seen how that worked out for Darryl. Burnett looks decent on the feet. He's got some good hands, but I don't remember Saunders being this inept on the feet. But then again, he was against Miletich when we saw him last, and there was basically no action on the feet. He just spent all his time on top of Miletich and then lost the decision because they gave it to Pat anyway. So a quick side note here, right? I mean, just hit me while we're watching this. Normally the mat has some sort of text on it, some sort of tagline for the event, or even just like a unique design for the number of the event, something, anything. But we just have the new logo on the mat, which just looks more generic and just boring the more that you look at it. Jeff Blatnick tells us that we have a new rule off the back of the abomination that we just saw. That's how these rules tend to come about. Someone needs to shit the bed so badly before we change the sheets. Like, only then, when somebody disgraces themselves so badly, can we change the rules. Remember at UFC 5, if you don't watch the review, but Shamrock against Gracie, after that fight they had to institute the referee being able to stand the fighters up because they spent 36 minutes lying on the ground. So now, after Burnett and Miletich were more concerned with the ventilation in each other's shorts as opposed to actually winning the fight, you're now not allowed to pull your opponent's shorts. How was this not a rule before? But we go into overtime, the crowd starts booing, which I laughed because, you know, valid, but also not really, which actually made me love this even more. Like, I don't think that this has been that bad to merit booing. We did have a knockdown. Burnett has at least been trying, even if Saunders is completely useless. See, look, I will stand up for people when it's merited. It's not just blind hate. Like, I laughed when they started booing because, yes, do that. But I didn't think it was 100% deserved here. But look, into overtime, Saunders attempts to take down Burnett, stuffs it, lands some nice hands, almost knocks Saunders down again. But then we return to form of clinching against the cage to finish out overtime. And that's justified booing right there. And look, Burnett wins this easy, no doubt. Unanimous decision, not even close. Fine win, better performance than last time, but the crowd still boos and chants bullshit. And I love that. I promise I'm not letting these guys off the hook. It wasn't that bad. I didn't talk a lot about the fight. I'm not watching it again, right? And I'm not saying that it was scintillating, but I don't think it was worth chanting bullshit at. But, you know, do whatever makes you happy, I suppose. So later on, we have Coleman and Hizzo. So Coleman, they start doing interviews with Coleman like during the night. But Coleman says that the Lions Den has been beneficial for his camp. And then Hizzo, in some broken English, sort of just plays interview bingo. I wasn't really listening, but you can guess what he said, because that's what I'm going to do. And now, this company, right, at this point in time, is on the ropes. And commentary is bad enough as it is. We don't need to purposefully sabotage anything else. So let's get Vitor Belfort in his broken English on the announce table, communicating to the American audience. And now look, Vitor's English is pretty good, okay, but we're grading on the curve here. It's good because he's Brazilian. He speaks properly and the words are pronounced the right way, but with gaps in between whilst he thinks of the next word that he would like to use. And nothing against Vitor, right? His English is better than my Portuguese, okay? It's very impressive, but not commentary impressive. And it's not his fault, because he didn't ask to be put here. And by the way, absolute nightmare blunt rotation between Goldberg, Belfort, and fucking Blatnick. Are you being serious right now? Vitor says that he spoke to promoter Bob Marowitz, who said that he will face Frank Shamrock for the title in March. That just won't happen, okay? And why does this consistently happen where UFC tells these guys, this is what's going to happen, this is who you're fighting next, go on pay-per-view and tell these people what's going to happen, and then we just won't do the fucking fight, ever. So when he says that, right, when he says, I'm going to face Frank Shamrock in March, the camera zoomed in on Vitor's face, and then see as it slowly zooms out, you see Jeff Blatnick's face, the commissioner, who looks like he doesn't know what the fuck is happening. And he looks so confused as to what Vitor is saying. And he doesn't really so much cut across him, but he almost has to temper expectations a little bit. He doesn't directly say, well, don't get your hopes up, buddy. But it's to that effect. Mike Goldberg then just takes over the discussion, shows Vitor versus Vanderlei from Ultimate Brazil. But the footage still has the audio from UFC Brazil playing. So the commentary team at this event, UFC 18, is now just talking over the 17.5 commentary. And it's all on at the same time, all kind of at the same volume. You don't know what's really being said. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's so distracting. But look, the message has been put across. Vitor wants Frank Shamrock in March. And I don't think he's going to get it. But look, thankfully Vitor won't be staying on commentary. He was just here to promote a fight that won't happen. So we get some Jerry Bolander propaganda, and we're promoting him as a top middleweight, which at this point his record probably suggests, even if that does hurt my soul. His only loss was to Gary Goodridge when he was 21, and he'd already been in a 10-minute fight with Scott Ferozzo that night. But he's up against Tito Ortiz here, and Tito's nickname, the Huntington Beach Bad Boy, they immediately jump on that and say, what would Tank Abbott think of this nickname? And obviously said in jest, because Tito trains with, or at least did in the past, with Tank Abbott. So we seen Tito, that's where we first seen Tito at UFC 11 in Tank's corner. Commentary say that they've had a falling out since. I don't know how true that is, but you know, whatever. Jerry Bolander calls Tito one-dimensional and says that there's nothing he can do against him, and that barring a fluke, he has no chance. I don't think this guy knows what's coming. Tito looking to get revenge on the Lions Den after his last defeat to Guy Mesger. So Tito immediately starts the fight by taking down JB into the guard. Tito tries to lay in the ground and pound, and it allows JB to stand up. Tito sprawls on JB. He gets back to the feet, and Tito now starts just teeing off on JB, landing some hard shots on the feet before clinching and taking him down again. I don't think JB was expecting this whatsoever. And you can tell that Tito is trained with Tank, because this fight cycle that we spoke about with Tank Abbott in our last review, of like takedown, get into guard, ground and pound, back up to the feet once you get stood up by the ref, swing like crazy, get the takedown, repeat. It's very Tank Abbott, but the difference is that Tito has better stamina than Tank. He's actually able to do all of this at a good pace. It's not like Tank Abbott, where he needs the takedown because he's gassed. Tito is, I say, more well-rounded. He is sharper than Tank, obviously, but it's more so just like Tank Abbott. I hate to say on roids because, I mean, you know, connotations in the sport or whatever, but it's basically Tank Abbott with a gas tank, and it's very entertaining to watch. And Tito just kind of shows he's on another level to JB. He has just no answer for Tito on the feet or on the ground at this point, because Tito has a background in wrestling. This is the thing. JB said he's one-dimensional. How? Like, for the time period, the background in wrestling, he has some really solid ground game, right? He's taking down JB and dominating him on the ground. A Lions Den guy, by the way. They only train guard. And he has solid hands. Not much of a submission expert, but to say that he's just fucking basic and has no skill is just fucking stupid. Especially when he's piecing you up. So Tito even uses Tank Abbott's neck crank against the fence, and I know other people have used this, but to me it's just synonymous with Tank Abbott, who tried to do this in every single fight. Like, it's so Tank Abbott. But Big John stands us up for a second time. See what I mean? It's the Tank Abbott cycle, like the Tank Abbott shuffle with good cardio. It is entertaining to watch, trust me. If you haven't seen it, it is good. And everything Tito's landing at this point is just hurting JB. And look, as Tito stuffs, I don't know if you can call this a shot. It was like an attempted clinch or just let me close the distance. Tito just fucking picks him up double unders and drops him on the ground on top in half guard to close out regulation. We move into overtime. And it's as though Tito is in a different fucking weight class from Bolander. Like, the way that he's just throwing him about the cage. Another takedown, and JB's cut on the forehead. And I'll call it out with everybody else. I like Tito. I'll call it out here. He is just stalling out the fucking clock with a few minutes to go. He knows he's won. And at least he's only doing it with a couple minutes to go. It's still bullshit, right? And I don't like it. But it is what it is. Tito lands a nasty elbow amongst some busy shots. And that cuts JB right next to his eye. The doctor has to come in and the fight is stopped with 30 seconds left. Tito wins by TKO in overtime and puts on one of the most outrageous shirts I've ever fucking seen in my life. Who's wearing this down the street? Tell me if you are wearing this. Who is wearing shit like this? Nobody. Does anybody have one of these shirts? Is there anywhere I can get one of these shirts? I love a good 316 shirt, right? I'm a Stone Cold guy. But can anyone tell me what the fuck this even means? Extreme Associates 316 says, I just fucked your ass. What the actual fuck are you wearing? Oh my god. The two shake hands. And I'm sure Tito will be facing off against the Lions Den sooner rather than later. A little further down the road, you'll have a few run-ins with Lions Den. I can't get over this fucking shirt. Oh my god. So Mike Goldberg's doing the post-fight interview, and it just hit me at this point, like, where's Joe Rogan? I mean, okay. And I'm just going to make a transcript with some paraphrasing here, what I normally do. And I'll tell you what Tito says. Let me just read this interview to you, the first couple of questions. Mike Goldberg asks, when the fight is over, you gave the shotguns, you gave the pistols towards the Lions Den. Was that for the redemption? Or would you just do that against anyone? Right, is basically what Mike Goldberg asks. And Tito's response, I don't know. Caught his ass on fire, how about that? Okay. What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean? How does that answer the question in any way? Mike Goldberg asks, again, paraphrasing, a fight you controlled. Was that the plan? Tito's response, yeah, I came in here 110% mental. That's 100% of the game. The rest is physical. That comes with it. Oh my fucking god. Again, what are you talking about? Never do math again. He says all this while still wearing the shirt, by the way, and at least it's the front side where it's not as distracting. It's still fucking like, it's still like what you're wearing, but it's like oh my god. But believe it or not, Tito actually makes a good point. You heard that correct. Tito managed to string together a sentence that made sense. Basically just defending the sport, saying that it's not as bad as boxing. It's only because it's new that people see it as a more dangerous way of fighting. He describes it as a cannibal way of fighting, but again, I said he made a good point. I didn't say that it was perfect. I then have no fucking clue what he said after that, because UFC felt the need to edit the interview on the Fight Pass version, so I have no idea what he said after that. They made like a cut and edit, they sort of dissolved into the same interview. I've never seen anything like this before. They just fucking, they're looking at Tito and then they dissolve into Tito again, as though he said some heinous shit that they couldn't put on Fight Pass. But look, that is what it is. Tito Ortiz has returned. Some may say arrived, to be fair. It's been a while since we last saw him. But he's here, and again, kind of like Evan Tanner, we're still a little while away from prime Tito. But I'm glad he's here, especially after losing Tank Abbott. We need this guy right now. And he is very entertaining, even if the shit he says makes absolutely no sense. So we do some promo for UFC 19, and Mike Goldberg keeps saying the first of 9 and 99. I have no clue what this means. Did they plan on doing 9 events this year? They only had 6. Like, I don't get what else it could mean. But look, we're joined by matchmaker John Peretti on commentary. Folks, this is all his fault, and I'm only half joking. You know, I'm just saying Pat Miletich wasn't here before this guy showed up. But he then says that Vitor versus Shamrock, that fight will depend on whether Frank agrees to it or not. But then he says, I mean, Tito looked great tonight, didn't he? He doesn't really commit to anything either way. And when we zoom in on Peretti here, does he have his headset on backwards? Like, I don't know, it just looks weird. The mic's coming from a different side than Goldberg's, but the same side as Blatnick. I don't know if it's on backwards. It just looks like it's at a weird angle. But we billboard our next fight, Pedro Hizzo versus Mark Coleman, who has been replaced by this random black guy on the billboard that we've never seen before. Turns out that's Laverne Clark from a prelim bout. He won, by the way. He beat Frank Karachi. And we're getting into our next fight, Coleman versus Hizzo. We're joined on commentary by John Peretti. He's going to be here for this fight. And Coleman starts with a takedown. What else would you expect? He's now in the guard. This is what he has done in his last 2 fights and gassed out fairly quickly after the restart. Will it be the same this time? No headbutts, remember? That is something that Coleman used to do very well. He kind of used to abuse it, to be honest. But this time he's using sort of short elbows, which commentary credit to training with Ken Shamrock. Which, yeah, okay, I suppose I can see that. Coleman doesn't even bother trying to beat the guard, though. That's what I took from this. If there is one thing you learn training with Lions Den, it's written on the wall, okay? I haven't been able to say this in a long time since Ken Shamrock left, but I will say it again. Now, this here is all we train at Lions Den, right? All we train at Lions Den is the guard. There is a motif, a manifesto on the wall. Step 1, get into your opponent's guard. Step 2, never pass the guard. Never leave the guard. And that's it. That's what you learn here at the Lions Den. It has been so long since I've been able to say that. It feels nostalgic. Can Ken Shamrock hurry up and return to UFC already? Like, I mean, look, that might be rose-tinted glasses because, I mean, some of that run from Shamrock was terrible, but can it be much worse than some of the shit we have now? Surely to God, it can be, can't it? I mean, so if you had 5 minutes of guard on your bingo card, then congratulations. As soon as we hit the 5-minute mark, Big John stands us up, which just is an absolute death sentence for Mark Coleman. If you've watched these reviews before, you already know, as soon as Coleman gets stood up, his entire stamina gets depleted to fucking 0, and the opponent just starts to take over. And here we go after the restart. Coleman doesn't leave the corner. Oh no, folks, we've seen this one before. This is what happens. Coleman looks dominant for 5 minutes, on top, gets stood up. We restart the fight, and each man goes back to their corner, and then Coleman just doesn't leave the corner. So Coleman keeps like crossing his feet when he moves, and Hizzo decides not to jump on that, instead just like lets him move like that. But normally when Coleman gets tired, his hands just drop by his waist. That's why he's so open to the high kick. But his hands, they sort of fluctuate between down and up. It's better than it has been in the last two fights. I will give him credit for that. But what hasn't improved is the fact that he's still like charging up for one shot instead of thinking in any sort of combination or trying to get the takedown again. But look, that's just kind of, we can't ask for it all to improve, right? John Peretti is honestly #1 Mark Coleman hater, and I say that all he's doing is being honest about what's happening. But we're so used to commentary glaze that anything resembling honesty sounds just like it's hating. But Coleman keeps trying to just charge up for one big shot, and I mean, it's because he's gassed. Hizzo isn't actually attacking Coleman. He's waiting for the charged fucking strike and then just waiting to counter when Coleman throws. But Coleman's throwing so few and far between that we end up just with a stalemate. And John Peretti actually calls this out and is like, why isn't Hizzo pushing forward? Why isn't he throwing the high kick? Coleman gets back into guard after a takedown, and we get stood up at about the 10-minute mark after the restart. And Shamrock in Coleman's corner is just imploring him here, take him down. Coleman shoots, doesn't get it. Hizzo, I will give him credit here, has been smashing the low kick. Against Coleman, you can see the bruises on his leg before we get into overtime. The leg kicks have probably been the most devastating strike of the round of regulation time, but Coleman has been much more active than Hizzo. Just not enough output from the Brazilian heading into overtime. Coleman is ahead on the scorecard. How the fuck are these fights even scored? He's ahead in the fight, right? Peretti also agrees, Blatnick agrees, and I don't agree with a lot of what they say, but I will agree with them when it suits what I think also. And going into the overtime, I would say that Hizzo, honestly, kind of slightly ahead into the overtime without actually doing anything. Like, you know, it's more so like Coleman's lack of activity, thinking that he's already won, sort of compared to the regulation time where he was a lot more active. But that's it. Time has expired. We go to the judges as the crowd lightly boos. It's not quite the visceral booing that we would hear later. And I would say everybody in the building thinks that Mark Coleman won, except the two judges that gave the fight to Hizzo. I have no idea what the fuck these judges are doing. The crowd boos the decision because of course they do. Coleman, again, it wasn't domination. He won that fight. And again, Peretti and Blatnick on commentary also agree. We don't actually get Goldberg's opinion, but Coleman 100% won this. And I'm just going to throw this in now. See, when we brought these judges in to give the decisions, they were pretty good. There were no issues, no bad decisions. Everything was good. We've now seen multiple bad decisions in such close proximity to each other, and all recently. And that to me just is so suspicious that we're getting these bad decisions constantly, one after the other. Pat Miletich steals 2 split decisions in the fights that he lost. Dan Henderson steals 2 split decisions in fights that he did not win. Right, you could argue the Alan Goes fight he won because there was a few fouls, but he definitely lost to Carlos Newton. And now Coleman losing to Hizzo, and I'm not saying that he dominated them, I'm saying that he definitely won. And matchmaker fucking Peretti and Blatnick both say Coleman won. Goldberg again doesn't give his opinion, but this was not a good decision. And the decisions fucking matter, because see now, Coleman's on a 3-fight slide, whereas he would be fighting for the title again, and he's not long for UFC at this point either. He's almost gone, and it might have been different had the right decision been called here. Next up, we have Jorge Patino challenging Pat Miletich for the lightweight title, which is fought at 170. So this is the shit break, or maybe go and make a sandwich. When they announce Miletich, the crowd cheer, even although they've never cheered for him before. As soon as it's time to fight, they then adjust the audio, the crowd noise goes down, and Mike Goldberg is talking so faintly in the background, and then all of a sudden really loud, even though his speech didn't change at all, like he was just talking, and they'd changed his audio, so they turned it all the way down, and then they turned it all the way up, way too far, and this, for fuck's sake, they're interfering with the audio to make it seem like people like Pat Miletich. Because when the fight starts, it's dead silent. You can literally hear people talking in the front row, and then some people fucking hooting and hollering in the back. It's like a fucking morgue in there. And look, what do you know? Here we are, clinched up again. Fucking 30 seconds, no contact, clinch up, the PTSD sets in, instant depression hits. And I'm not watching this shit, right? We move into 1.5 times speed. I'm picking up my phone. I'm listening to commentary to know when to look up. 5 minutes in, the crowd are booing forcefully. And then Blatnick starts talking about how slow Patino is. Does Miletich have photos of UFC executives with a fucking blow-up sheep? Why are we defending this guy and putting this all on Patino? He's the common denominator in all of the worst fights we are seeing right now. And this period of time gets referred to as the Dark Ages or what have you, right? Something to that effect. With Tank Abbott leaving, all the OG stars are gone. The closest thing we have is Coleman, who, again, is the OG star. He came in at UFC, 10? Like, he's on a 3-fight slide. And we've replaced these hard-hitting heavyweights who can knock people out with these lighter guys who aren't even exciting. And I'm not talking about the middleweights like, Frank Shamrock and now Tito Ortiz. I mean these lightweights. I mean, like, these 170-pounders are fucking chronic. There's no stars, and the entertainment value is nowhere near what it was. Even if they have better technical skill and defensive abilities, which commentary loves to talk about here, nobody's getting KO'd. That's what that means. Nobody's getting KO'd, so I don't give a fuck how good your technique is when nobody's getting finished. How good is that for technique? Mikey Burnett got a standing TKO, which was probably a decent stoppage, but he couldn't even fucking finish Saunders earlier, so I have no idea whether he would actually have been able to finish that fight. As the crowd again starts vehemently booing. Fucking terrible, by the way. Watching Ken Shamrock and Royce Gracie towards the end sort of raised my blood pressure to unimaginable heights. But at least they were stars. I'm not doing this shit again for this guy. So every Pat Miletich fight from now on, I'm not going to do a fucking blow-for-blow review because there's nothing to say except that... except how bad the fight is. Fast forward to the finish. Miletich wins a decision, unanimous. Was it a robbery? I don't know. Probably. Who cares? More to the point. The crowd booed the entire time. Patino double-stomped Miletich on the ground at a point, which was called a foul and got him docked a point. Then again, we don't fucking use points. There are no 10-9s. It's just vibes. We're literally deciding fights based on vibes. So Miletich retains the title, and we need to suffer more of this bullshit. Ruins the card every time. And again, I need to point out, the crowd booed the entire time. This is not hyperbole. When they weren't booing, they were dead silent. They would oscillate between complete silence and booing. And we still persist with this guy instead of just abandoning the division because it's terrible. This guy fucking stinks the joint out every single time. This company is about to go out of business and we persist with this utter shite. So our main event is Bas Rutten versus Tsuyoshi Kosaka. We'll call him TK, of course. And you're telling me, right, I'm looking forward to this fight. I'm looking forward to watching Bas Rutten So we'll put him on after Pat Miletich. So I now need to watch this while still raging from the fight before. Good grief. And this is the point. Why would we not put the title fight in the main event? I know why, but I still need to ask the question. And holy shit, right? The will to live actually returns as the first thing Bas Rutten throws. The first thing he does in the octagon is throw a high kick. Rutten has some hands, some nice sprawling here, but TK just about barely manages to get him down, and he's into guard. Bas gets back to the feet before being taken down again, and TK has some strong ground and pound. Like, he obviously beat Chemo. A lot of it came from guard, but I don't think I actually respected how good he is at ground and pound, because he's landing some hard strikes here, and especially to the body and side control, just some nasty shots. And after maybe 5 minutes, Big John restarts the fight. TK was still landing shots, and Big John says, he stands it up and he says, you need to advance, right? You need to improve position. Now, I can get behind that so long as strikes aren't really being thrown, because these weren't just like busy shots, these were hard shots. These were hard hooks to the body and elbows. So this was a big help for Bas Rutten. I mean, I get he was eating hard shots to the body. I wouldn't have stood it up here. I think those strikes hurt like fuck, but then again, I'm not a referee, so, you know, referee's discretion, I suppose. TK then gets another takedown on Bas, but TK has a cut right next to his eye, and Bas is cut just next to his eye too. Big John stands us up again, and I agree with this one a little more. Bas is just kind of holding TK on the ground to prevent him moving, so it's just busy shots, nothing devastating. Bas lands a nasty leg kick, so much that he has to dap up TK in the middle of the fight. He hit him so hard, he had to fucking apologise and shake hands. TK then shoots, Bas is able to stuff the takedown. We stay on the feet to end regulation. Bas is starting to gain the upper hand though, and I would have said that over regulation time, TK was in control of the fight. Bas started to land some towards the end, but Bas might actually need a finish here. He at least needs a big overtime. But what do I know? He might be winning by a landslide, considering these judges. It's not clearly TK, but TK, I would say, has edge regulation. Into overtime, Bas lands some more leg kicks and 1-2s, but he always throws with his rear hand first and then follows up with the lead hand. And I swear to God, right, 1 minute left to go, he activates his inner Yuri Prohaska and the ability to just decide this fight is over. And he just turns it on, walks down TK, hits him with a fucking crazy combo, a right hand, a knee, a left, a right, a left, a right, a left, a right, and another knee. It is over. Big John steps in as TK slumps to the floor. What a finish. In his interview after the fight, Bas says that his corner told him TK won't shoot anymore, he's too tired. Bas asked for the signal when there was a minute left to go, and then he was going to go all out. And it took 15 seconds of Bas Rutten's flurry. He just threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at him. An amazing finish with a minute left to go. As he started fighting with a minute left to go, he finished him with 45 seconds. It took 15 fucking seconds. This fight itself was nothing too special, but oh my God, it's those moments at the end where a fighter just fucking grits down and takes a risk, starts throwing, gets the finish, and it wasn't even like a Hail Mary. Bas had planned for that specific situation, and it worked, and it looked incredible. Everything he threw landed, and it was almost like a walk-off TKO. Big John stepped in as TK was like slumping to the floor. The corner runs in to celebrate. An amazing end to the main event. An amazing end to the event in general. Just fucking tremendous from Bas Rutten, saving the day as he often does. So to recap, we have another event where it's a mixed bag, right? We just had my thoughts on Rutten versus TK. Fine fight. Amazing finish. A nice win from Evan Tanner. Good performance. Tito Ortiz is a fucking star. Thank God he's here. From his performance in the octagon to his interview after the fight. We need like fucking 10 more clones of Tito Ortiz right now. The Coleman versus Hizzo fight was what it was. Nothing spectacular, but a horrendous decision. Not only... It fucking ruins, right? It ruins not only the fight, which wasn't even that fucking good, but it completely fucks up the title picture because now Mark Coleman has lost. He's out the title picture. Hizzo, who we handed this split decision to, even though he lost, isn't even getting the title fight either. So the advertised fight between Hizzo and Rutten doesn't even fucking happen. And that's another thing. Can we stop advertising matchups that you aren't going to deliver? Vitor Belfort comes out here and says, I spoke to the promoter. I'm facing Frank Shamrock in March. Meanwhile, the commissioner sitting next to him has no fucking clue what he's talking about. We get the matchmaker on commentary who says, well, that'll depend on Shamrock. So the fight, what's the promoter doing saying, yeah, that's going to happen? We have a fighter promoting a title match for the next pay-per-view that you, the viewer, has to pay money for, that the promoter said will happen. The commissioner has no idea about it. The matchmaker goes, well, we'll need to ask Frank, but I tell you what about Tito Ortiz? What the fuck is going on right now? We are about to go out of business and Pat Miletich is in the octagon. Why? More to the point, lightweight's terrible. Should just be abandoned. It won't be. By the way, we have to suffer more of this. Did I mention that we're going out of business? It's like, see if the plane, right? Here's an analogy. See if the plane is going down. Do we try and land as safe as we can? Do we try and land flat on the water? Do we even try and land on the Hudson River? I can't remember what the fuck the pilot's name was. Or do we just nosedive and just fucking straight plummet into the ground? They've chosen the latter. And I cannot wait for fucking Baldy and the Fertitta brothers to come and save this thing. And you know what? Guess who's in the main event of Dana's first UFC event? Tito Ortiz and Evan Tanner. Two guys that put in pretty fucking good performances here. Guess who doesn't last long after Dana comes in, after being told to change weight class? I'll leave that for you to guess. And on that note, thank you for watching. I mean, look, the highs and lows, right? The ups and downs of being a fan. 1 minute things are great, and the next you just never want to watch the sport again. Next time at UFC 19, we have some actual good names on here, right? Evan Tanner's back. We'll have the televised debut of the Iceman Chuck Liddell. The return of Gary Big Daddy Goodridge, who has been killing it in Pride. He has been the best part of what they are doing over there in Japan right now. The Pride reviews are on the channel. You can watch them. Pride 5 is coming soon, and then we'll see what happens with the reviews from there. But I mean, look, if you've been watching those Pride reviews, I've been having a meltdown every other episode because it's been justified. But back to UFC 19, we also have some banger matchups on here. Well, at least we can hope that they are banger matchups, because just looking at the names, I'm excited for them. We have Kevin Randleman making his UFC debut against former champion Maurice Smith in his first fight since Ultimate Japan at the end of 97. And the main event, we have Tito Ortiz, or at least I think it's the main event, Tito Ortiz taking on Guy Mezger in a rematch from UFC 13. What could possibly go wrong here? What beef could possibly get started here? We'll just have to find out. Leave your comments on the review below, like this video and subscribe to the channel. Hit the notify bell to be notified when the content drops. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all next time. Cheers. UFC 19 Ultimate Young Guns took place on March 5th, 1999 at Casino Magic in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Back here for the first time since UFC 15. Can we top that show? Which was pretty decent, by the way. I mean, Mark Kerr starred that night alongside Maurice Smith. Not a bad show at all. We opened this one with a video package detailing the 24 hours before fight night. We see the fighter meetings, the weigh-ins, and all of the stars, basically, of tonight's show. And just look around the room here. Coleman, Randleman, Liddell, Ortiz, amongst others, right? I actually really enjoyed this. Has absolutely nothing to do with, like, the fights in terms of, like, promo or anything like that. But it was something different, and different does score points here. So this was pretty good. As Big John says, let's get it on. We come up to the city of Bay St. Louis, and we're back to Casino Magic, the first ever barge concept casino in the world, if I remember correctly from that review. We meet our commentators, Mike Goldberg and Jeff Blatnick, who run down Maurice Smith versus Kevin Randleman, who we know is friends with Mark Coleman, as mentioned at UFC 11, and I think he may have been dipping into the same bag of anabolic delight, let's say, that Coleman has been into. But this is now part of the road to the heavyweight title tournament, as the winner of this fight will face Bas Rutten for the heavyweight championship. And they say absolutely nothing about Pedro Hizo, why we aren't fulfilling that matchup that we advertised and told you was going to happen. We just used the fucking neuralizer from Men in Black and forgot all about it. What'd you say? Who's fighting who? Does not matter. Does not matter. And by the way, look at this site poster for UFC 19. Vitor is on there. Tank Abbott's name mentioned, neither of which are seen tonight. So that Shamrock versus Vitor fight that we promoted at UFC 18 won't happen. And also, Vitor versus Guy Mezger, which is promoted on the poster, also won't happen. So these guys must have been, like, in place to fight on this card, and then just, I have no idea what happened. I can't even explain this shit anymore. Commentary also advertised Tito Ortiz versus Guy Mezger, who must be the replacement for Vitor Belfort. Another fight I'm actually looking forward to. I would have liked to have seen Vitor versus Mezger. I'm even happier with Ortiz versus Mezger. So, not gonna lie, pretty decent card. Obviously, there's some hindsight in that, because at this point in time, if you were watching this live for the first time, nobody really knows who Randleman or Chuck Liddell is. Tito Ortiz has only been here a couple of times. Tanner is still new. But looking at it from a 2026 perspective, not fucking bad at all. Oh, and Gary Goodrich is back, by the way, if I didn't mention that already. So we run through the judges, no graphic. We don't put the camera on them like we used to. You know, why can't we go back to the days of Michael Di Pasquale? His mugshot on the camera, why can't we go back to that? But we don't even run through the rules either, which isn't ideal, you know. Like, I think we're presuming that if you know about UFC and you're watching it, you've already seen this before. I mean, I don't like that. I'd rather have the graphic on the screen for the rules. It's always someone's first time watching, so I would just prefer that to be there. But our first fight is Pete Williams versus Jason Godsey. And some fucking guy in the front row has a hoist rules sign. For fuck's sake. So that's the mentality of this audience. Or at least there's one guy, which isn't great. Pete Williams' nickname is apparently the Hard One. Which, I mean, okay. Whatever you want. But, look. We have the boring mat again. Just the logo. No unique graphic or text for this event. just the bald man with a belt. As Bruce Buffer does the intros, we are underway. Tony Mowanax is the referee. Mowanax? First time ref here. His starting phrase is ready, ready, fight. You know, kind of not as good as Joe Hamilton's or Big John's, but the fight starts. I can't even explain what the fuck gods he's doing here. He's chasing Williams, throwing these weak jabs that, I mean, did he even count as punches? Like, I don't know what he's doing. It is so bad. Williams takes him down, various transitions, no damage done until Pete Williams gets the knee bar and the win. Leg locks are allegedly a big Lions Den thing, even though I feel like we rarely see them. I know Shamrock had a few, but I'm just happy to see a Lions Den fighter, you know, pass the guard. That shit never happens. But look, there's a first time for everything, I suppose. Pete Williams speaks quite well after his post-fight, or I say in his post-fight interview after the fight. Some nice words, but then we move on to some Ken Shamrock propaganda, and we're promoting a pay-per-view called Ultimate Ken Shamrock. God help us. Okay, we're just rewatching old Shamrock fights, and I'm presuming a little bit of like personal story in there. And his personal story is, you know, interesting. You could make a fucking movie about Ken Shamrock, I'm not even gonna lie. But he name drops Chemo. Okay, I didn't mind that fight. That was a pretty good one. I think that was in Puerto Rico. He name drops Dan Severn. Okay, the first fight was pretty good, but the second one was chronic. And then he name drops Hoist Gracie, and this sounds like it could be potentially the worst pay-per-view of all time. Why is this not on Fight Pass? I would watch it out of curiosity. But if they play that second Severn fight and the Hoist Gracie fight, Jesus Christ. Someone watching this has to have bought that and has to have watched it. I need to know what was on it and how good and or bad it was. And like, maybe this is what Mike Goldberg was talking about with the 9 and 99 thing. If you watched the UFC 18 pay-per-view, he kept going on about 9 and 99. We only have 6 numbered events. So maybe their plan is to like pad out the year with these like clip show pay-per-views. But next up, we have Evan Tanner versus Valery Ignatov. And Valery is part of Bob Shamrock's gym. So yes, you heard that right. Frank has the Alliance, Ken has the Lions Den, and Bob, their dad, now has Shamrock 2000. Oh, and by the way, right, Valery was an instructor in the Russian military. And you already know, folks, as soon as you hear a guy who's in the Russian military, you know he's about to lose, because they always do. We have not seen one guy who was in the Russian military actually win a fight in UFC. And by the way, he's a turncoat too, because he's Bulgarian. Like, but look, more to the point, I'm not going to get involved in the politics there, right? Of Eastern European borders, whatever. I have no idea why these guys keep saying they were like instructors in the Russian military or whatever. They always lose. And you know what, folks? It only took 3 minutes before Evan Tanner TKOs this guy. From the Russian military, of course. Solid clinch work from Evan Tanner. Again, 2 events in a row. Really good performance. I like Evan Tanner a lot. And all Blatnick was talking about was like, oh, Valery will excel on the ground. It was basically like Joe Rogan saying, you're in his world now. And then bang, TKO'd. Vicious elbows. Good shit here from Evan Tanner. I enjoy his work here a lot. So we are 2 for 2. On this pay-per-view, right? Solid start. And it actually gets even better somehow. See, you thought I was going to go one way. You thought I was going to say, and then it gets worse. We have a downturn. No, it gets better. Because Bas Rutten has now joined us on commentary. And I'm not joking. I'm watching UFC 19. We get those first 2 fights, which deliver. And then Bas Rutten joins us on commentary. So things are actually going to improve from a position of strength. Unbelievable. But Bas joins us on commentary. He gives TK credit for his last performance and says that he would prefer to fight Maurice Smith, as he's beat him before already and he's never faced a wrestler before like Kevin Randleman. But Randleman in his interview says that he likes to stand up. So we'll see if that's true in our next fight. Next up, we have Maurice Smith versus Kevin Randleman. And Jesus Christ, Kevin Randleman is fucking massive, right? I already said he was dipping into the anabolic delight alongside Mark Coleman and probably Mark Kerr also, that they might have all done it together. Like, I don't know how old Randleman is at this point. Again, they have no, like, tail of the tapes either. There's, like, no graphics. The budget must be shot to pieces. I'll need to find out how old Randleman is at this point. But fucking hell. Humongous. Maurice Smith walks out, and we call him the Iceman again. Chuck Liddell is on the card. It's so weird hearing someone else being called the Iceman and it not being Chuck Liddell. But it's even weirder that Chuck Liddell's on the card and he's kind of like this unknown guy. He's only had 2 fights and we're calling Maurice Smith the Iceman. But Randleman is also displaying this sort of caged animal intensity and spirit of a Mark Coleman. You know, just one of these guys, like, it's not even... I wouldn't even say that Randleman has, like, roid rage right now, like Coleman would have after he won a fight. It's more like roid excitement. He comes in here and has this just humongous leap. I swear to God, he could jump over the fence. Just stand, like, his vertical leap, he could jump over the fucking fence. Just insane. But 30 seconds in, no contact. The crowd starts booing because, of course, I would be booing as well. Like, I mean, come on, right? 30 seconds, no contact. The crowd starts booing. And, by the way, no fucking clock in the corner, which I only noticed going into this fight. The fuck is this? No rules graphics, no timer. Why are we taking all the bad elements from Pride and bringing them here? Keep the graphics, keep the clock, bring back Mark Kerr and Gary Goodridge. Take the good things from Pride and leave the bad things over there. We are now minutes in. Nothing has happened. Nothing is currently happening. Smith lands some low kicks. And finally, Randleman gets a hold of Smith. Nothing comes of it though. He just grabs a hold of him. We're back to centre. More nothing. Randleman's corner, and I'm certain that it's Mark Coleman, is screaming at Randleman to get the takedown, and has been for the entire 4.5 minutes before Randleman finally gets the takedown. After his first attempt, it was that easy. And we're in guard now. And Maurice Smith, against Mark Coleman, when we reviewed that fight, he was able to strike, like, off his back pretty well. None of that here. Like, he's just trying to stifle Randleman, who can't get anything off before Big John then comes in and stands us back up. Randleman nearly instantly gets another takedown, and that's going to become a theme in this fight. And he just lets Smith back up. He gets the takedown, just lets him back up, presses him against the fence, and then just takes him down again. Smith attempts the key lock from the bottom, but I mean, Randleman's arms are fucking humongous again. I can't even get over just this fucking size of this guy. And look, that's a tough ask to be able to get him in an arm lock from bottom. He's able to escape relatively easily. And what I will say is the boos have calmed down. They're not booing anymore, but they are dead silent. Randleman ends the round on top as the crowd does not make a sound as the horn goes. So Coleman in the break screams at Randleman, take him down one more time and you win this fucking fight. What I will say is the best strikes were the leg kicks from Smith, even although there were only a few. Smith also had a submission attempt, but Randleman has been controlling this fight the entire time without actually doing anything. Just took him down, stayed on top, into overtime. Randleman gets another takedown, and with a minute left just lets him back up. Coleman is freaking the fuck out at the side of the cage. Randleman ends up being the aggressor though after letting him back up, gets him down again, and the fight goes to a decision. Kevin Randleman gets the unanimous decision victory. Pretty boring fight. But I tell you what, right, there's a saving grace to this and a silver lining, because I cannot stress enough, this was a great interview after the fight from Randleman. Just terrific post-fight interview. The guy, see, if you didn't watch the fight and just seen the interview, you're looking at this going, this guy's a star. And it's disheartening to say that after a fight like that, because I normally, and still will, I mean, it was boring as fuck, but would normally really go in on a fight like this. I can't even, because the post-fight interview was so good. He gives some nice words and talks just not even shit, but just a lot of self-confidence here. And that's all you really need. Like, if you can talk, it can actually get you further than your ability in the cage. He promotes the next fight with Bas Rutten, the final of the tournament, and him and Bas exchange words through Mike Goldberg, because Bas can hear Randleman, but Randleman doesn't have the headset on, so he can't hear Bas. They need to fucking talk through Goldberg. But that's our main event for UFC 20, and see, even though this fight tonight was not great, I'm still looking forward to Bas Rutten taking on Kevin Randleman. But sadly, Bas Rutten is leaving commentary as we get ready for Jeremy Horn versus Chuck Liddell. So Jeremy Horn took on Frank Shamrock after UFC 17, I think it was. The fight was broadcasted on that UFC Night of Champions pay-per-view special, which was just like another clip show where we showed some of the alleged banger fights that we've had in the past, heavily featuring Royce Gracie, I presume, and that title fight was then also shown on the broadcast, even though it was filmed after the pay-per-view event. So Horn took him to the limit, right, by committing MMA terrorism. No surprise that Pat Miletich was in the corner. You know what I mean? Even when he's not fighting, he has to still fucking stink the joint out. Guy's absolute visual poison. And so thankfully, Horn was finished again at UFC Ultimate Brazil, choked out by Ebenezer Braga, who we never see again. I wonder why. I wonder who somebody's friends with. Jeremy Horn is 0-2 in UFC, but he's back. Ebenezer Braga, we'll never see him again. He takes on Chuck Liddell before the fame. In his third pro fight, he is 2-0. And to start the fight, Chuck just eats a high kick. Straight away, you need to hear the snap on this kick. It is just insane. The sound like echoes through the building. It is brutal. Chuck ends up dominating the early stages. Shows off the goated takedown defense, of course. Dominant in the clinch. Also able to land some decent ground and pound. Nice elbows, as Horn is honestly kind of holding on for dear life in the early stages of the fight. Minutes go by before Horn attempts a heel hook. Nothing comes of it before Chuck is back on top, but Horn is able to reverse position. And at this point in the fight, it's safe to say for the card that we're now 2-2. 2 for 4, I should say. This fight is just a lost cause to me. And we weren't even nearly done, but it was just sort of, see, when it goes that way, we're not even a crazy finish can save it. It's just like, oh wow, this is just, we started off hot and we've cooled off big time. And I hate saying that, and I hate doing this to a Chuck Liddell fight, but fast forward to the finish, and Jeremy Horn finishes Chuck Liddell with an inverted arm triangle at the buzzer, right? Very impressive submission from the bottom. Good win for Jeremy Horn. See, I will give him credit where it's due, right? I don't like his fight style, but an amazing finish here. Chuck Liddell's actually, he's out, right? Horn doesn't know it. Big John says, oh, he went out just at the bell. He was out a good few seconds before the bell. Nobody realised it until the horn went off. Horn gets up and Chuck doesn't. He's just lying there face down on the mat. And it's actually quite funny as I think about it now and say it out loud. But look, good win from Jeremy Horn. Not my cup of tea, but a nice win nonetheless. Which, I tell you what, ages pretty well. A win over Chuck Liddell, pretty good, to be fair to him. Chuck will get the win back eventually, but this is a nice moment for Horn, who, by the way, has a crazy record at this point in the game, but wouldn't really, like, nobody's really talking about Jeremy Horn right now like they do Chuck Liddell. But next up, Buffer announces the winner of the raffle, right? At UFC 18, they asked you to send a letter for tickets to the heavyweight title final, and some guy done it, some guy won it. I don't remember who it was, but good for them. Next up, we have the return of Gary Big Daddy Goodridge, and thank God, right? He deserves it. He has been killing it in Pride. The best part of early Pride is Gary Goodridge literally put Oleg Taktarov, UFC 6 champion, on a stretcher after a brutal KO. If you haven't seen the Pride reviews, they're on the channel. There's just about a meltdown every second episode. There's a full playlist. There's 4 episodes on the playlist now, and the 5th one should be out soon. The reviews are really good, even if the Pride events aren't always great. There is one good one, but Andre Roberts is the opponent, and he is here in video form saying that having a game plan is pointless. And I'm finished listening to Andre Roberts, and I'm actually kind of worried about what's going to happen to him here. And then you hear that Pat Miletich is his coach, and now I'm really looking forward to this. So let's see Gary Goodridge versus Andre Roberts, the man who says that planning is stupid. I cannot wait for this. And I'm not disappointed. In less than a minute, Gary Goodridge picks and smokes this fucking idiot. Hit him, once maybe, clean on the chin. Roberts turns his back, runs away and says no mas, starts tapping his thigh and just submits. They try to say broken nose. I don't even see where the nose break happens. I don't get it at all. I think you just get hit once and thought, oh no. Gary Goodridge celebrates in the octagon in hilarious fashion, and Mike Goldberg tells us that, you know, we were supposed to get Tank Abbott versus Gary Goodridge, and instead we got this. Now, I would have rather seen Tank versus Gary Goodridge. That's one of those fights where from early UFC, sort of like what Pride was doing, where they put Severn versus Chemo and Taktarov versus Goodridge. That's one of those fights that we never got, but probably should have. So I would have rather to have seen that. But this was quick. I didn't mind it. Pretty inoffensive and the right winner, more to the point. So we then see Bas Rutten and Kevin Randleman play interview bingo in the octagon. I wish they didn't do this. They hyped up the fight perfectly in the post-fight interview, which were, again, I can't speak highly enough of it. I can't say enough good things about it. But there was energy to that, and there was some adrenaline going at the time. This was just done for a photo op of the two shaking hands. Bob Marowitz is in the cage, and it's like, okay, this is just for the fucking Full Contact Fighter article. So, like, it felt forced. It felt pretty pointless. It was just sort of stalling for time before the main event. I think the post-fight interview, that sort of interaction done more to promote the fight than this did. This was just a chance for them to get a photo shaking hands. But John Peretti now joins us on commentary. Again, we're just killing time before the main event. Nothing really of note here. We get more promo for Shamrock's ultimate fucking pay-per-view extravaganza. And, I mean, he's doing all this while still in WWE. Like, he's doing the promo in his wrestling gear. I recognise that backstage area anywhere with the chain fence. He's wearing the fucking elbow pads. He's in WWF gear doing UFC promo. It's weird as fuck, even though he's here in the building tonight. But we then get the build up to the main event, a video package going over the first fight between these two, and I completely forgot the controversial moment where it looks as though Guy Mezger tapped, and it came flooding back that, like, commentary even called it. They were confused. They were looking at it going, that looked like a tap. Is the fight over? And Big John said no, he was trying to block. It wasn't a tap. Like, I just completely blocked that out of my mind. But when they said that controversial moment, it flooding back to me. So Tito really, I mean, controversial tap. The fight shouldn't have been stood up. He still lost anyway. What is going to happen in this rematch? And honestly, kind of more of the same, to be honest. But look, here we go. Round 2, Tito Ortiz, Guy Mezger, 15 months in the making, according to Bruce Buffer. Okay, buddy. And like I said, I'm looking forward to this fight. I really like both these guys. Tito is here on short notice. Again, this was supposed to be Vitor Belfort. We start with a takedown, and just like Tank Abbott, I'm telling you, we went over this at UFC 18. I know the two apparently aren't friends anymore, but This is the most Tank Abbott shit I have ever seen. He gets the takedown and drags him to the fence while on top, then neck cranking against the fence, Tank Abbott style. Even if they aren't friends anymore, he's still employing the tactics. I love this. Mezger's able to get up, and there is just a struggle between the two. There's nothing actually fucking really happening here. It's just a struggle that lasts about a minute, and Mezger's able to grab the arm, attempting a Kimura, and you hear Shamrock scream, "Break it." I swear to God, he screams for Mezger to break Tito's arm, and I don't even blame Tito anymore for what is about to happen. But Tito then is on top, landing some hard shots as Mezger tries to scramble, but Tito stays in control. Tito is just really good. You know, that I rate Guy Mezger, and even Jerry Bolander. I don't like Bolander's style, but it's a pretty good win. And Tito is dominating Mezger right now, just like he dominated Bolander. Mezger had that submission scare early on, but Tito fought it off, has landed some really hard shots, but we're in the guard now, and Mezger has a closed guard as he now looks for the Kimura from bottom again. More threatening this time, but Tito's able to escape again, landing some more good elbows. Tito's been really good, and commentary has actually been really good here. John Peretti has had some good analysis, and Blatnick's just sort of filling in the gaps. Goldberg's even doing okay. Like, this is really good. This is really good. And Tito starts landing hard from backside, knees to the side, elbows. And I'm actually thinking to myself, this could be over. And then it is. John McCarthy steps in. The fight is over. Tito Ortiz with the guns and the birds sent straight into the Lions Den corner. And they're complaining about the stoppage. This was a very good stoppage. Big John says he wasn't intelligently defending himself. In the Lions Den corner, I'm sure it was Shamrock, says that's not the point. Which I just had to start laughing at, right? Because it's as though he's like, no, just fucking finish him off. It doesn't matter. Like, this was a very good stoppage from Big John. 100%. But John Peretti's saying, look at the shirt. Whilst he's off camera, so we can't see the shirt. And then again, while they show highlights, you can hear Shamrock behind like the footage that are shown on the screen, calling for Tito, saying, I don't want to see you wear that shirt. We still don't see the shirt. You start to hear like a ruckus kicking off in the background over this fucking t-shirt that we can't see. By the time that the camera looks at the octagon, Tito and Shamrock are in each other's face. Big John has to split it up. The camera now isn't in the octagon. Everybody's like gathering round at the back, looking in. It's all kicking off. And it's as though another fight's happening. And we don't get to see it, which I was very disappointed in. Apparently the t-shirt Tito is wearing says Guy Mezger is my bitch written on it, which is hilarious, of course. And I have to say, I called out Tito Ortiz post-fight interview at UFC 18. He was actually quite good here, pretty coherent, surprisingly, and he opens by saying Guy Mezger's tough as shit, but then reins it back in towards the end, becomes more coherent and somewhat professional. He actually spoke quite well. I was impressed, and this was great. Both of these two, I was looking forward to this fight, and it actually delivered, which is the best combo in MMA, because you often see it go the other way, where you're excited for a fight that then does not deliver, or a fight you absolutely do not care about and are expecting nothing from turns out to be a banger. But it's also one of those ones like, okay, the fight was a banger, but I didn't care about either guy going in. I was looking forward to this fight, and it 100% delivered. This was a phenomenal main event. And we still have time for some promo on Ultimate Shamrock, an interview with Mark Coleman where he just basically talks nice about Randleman, before we close with some UFC 20 promo and Kevin Randleman singing happy birthday to his son back home. No, I'm not joking, that did happen. And that brings UFC 19 to a close. This was mostly good. Not gonna lie, commentary did not quite get on my tits as bad as they have before. Bas Rutten helps with that. John Peretti also helps with that as well. So we opened with two good fights, quick fights, nice wins for Williams and Tanner. Randleman and Smith, let's call a spade, quite dull. But Randleman delivered a good interview after the fact, which almost just made up for everything. It had me quite excited, somehow, for the fight between him and Bas, even after that fight. Horn and Liddell, again, for me, was pretty dull. I think other people who enjoy grappling more might watch that fight and think that it was pretty good. It's just not my cup of tea to watch ground game that's more sort of stalling and stifling as opposed to actually trying to advance and win. Limited to no advancements or improving positions, no real striking, but look, it was a very impressive finish, which was also pretty funny. It was one of those ones where the journey was shit, the destination was good, but it didn't make the travel worth it, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But we then pick things up at the end of the card. Another great performance from Gary Goodridge. What else do you even expect? Goodridge is great. Genuinely, he's one of my favourites from this period of time. And the main event delivers. Tito Ortiz, we have a new hope. We've lost nearly all of our stars, but Tito Ortiz is here to save the day, dominates Mezger. Some submission attempts from the latter, but Tito stayed in control the whole time. Finished with ground strikes, some post-fight drama. And this ends up leading to a rivalry, which we will revisit down the road, and we can update as we go, right? We're going to cover all these events, so we can talk more about that at the time. And what I will say is, we needed a shot of the t-shirt, right? At some point, we needed to see the t-shirt, but after my last thumbnail for UFC 18 review, then it's probably best that we didn't see it. One of my favourite cards that we've seen in a while. A bit of a lull in the middle, but not enough to actually ruin the card. A lot of good stuff on here I'd recommend, but next time we have made it to UFC 20, Bas Rutten versus Kevin Randleman in our main event to crown the new heavyweight champion. Pedro Hezo is back. Why is he not fighting for the title? Will we ever get an answer? I'm guessing not, but Vanderlei Silva also returns to see if he can get his first UFC win. And Mario Yamasaki referees his first UFC fight. God help us all, someone may die in the octagon. But until then, hit like and subscribe, comment your own thoughts on this review below. And yeah, that's it. See you next time. Bye-bye. UFC 20 Battle for the Gold took place on May 7th, 1999 at the Boutwell Auditorium in Birmingham, Alabama. Back for the first time since UFC 14, which was a mixed bag. I will never forget Joe Moreira versus Yuri Volin for all the wrong reasons, but we start here with a video package which takes us back to December 1997, UFC 15.5 Ultimate Japan, and we just skip to the good bit, which is the end. And I mean, to be fair, Frank Shamrock was good that night. Go and watch those reviews. Actually, they're on the channel. Even when the events are bad, our reviews here are still good. But we see Randy Couture win the decision over Maurice Smith in a pretty boring affair. And a year later, Randy Couture is stripped of the heavyweight title. And we begin the road to the heavyweight title tournament. UFC 18, Bas Rutten destroys TK with a minute left to go in the fight, whilst we just conveniently leave out Pedro Hezo versus Mark Coleman, because that fight totally didn't happen and shouldn't even be mentioned. And, we just ignore that for now at least, but we ignore that the fight should be Bas Rutten versus Pedro Hezo. And my actual note here at the start is, I think these guys must have trained together. If you've been keeping up with the Pride reviews, we've seen Bas Rutten in the corner of Marco Ruas, and Pedro Hezo is the student of Marco Ruas. So I'm presuming, or at least I did presume, we had confirmation later, spoiler, that there is a relationship between the two. They don't want to fight, but Bas is the bigger name. And, well, okay, as I'm writing this note, I'm thinking that Bas is the bigger name, so then he stays in the fight and Hezo can fight another time. But we fast forward, Kevin Randleman beat Maurice Smith, and now the road to the heavyweight title will culminate tonight in our main event as Bas Rutten takes on Kevin Randleman. We come up to the cosmopolitan town in the heart of Dixie, according to Mike Goldberg. We take a trip through Birmingham, a nice quote here from Bear, which takes us to the arena. We open up the gate to the commentary desk and we are met by Mike Goldberg and Jeff Blatnick. We run down the card, and I'm not going to lie, pretty weak card. We have Vanderlei Silva on here. Pete Williams is back, but like that's the fucking bottom of the barrel here. Like, we know who Pete Williams is, and like that's the only reason he's mentioned here. Hizzo's back. He's against Trey Teligman. We know who Trey Teligman is, but he's not even as good as Pete Williams. Like, this is a fucking one fight card, folks. Rutten versus Randleman. But we start with Laverne Clark, who they say this is his third time in UFC. He's been on alternate matchups, which they still do, even though we don't do tournaments anymore. It's just prelims, basically, but they're not alternates for anything. And they aren't actually part of the event, so we don't see them. And therefore, we haven't seen this guy before. But he's up against Fabiano Ia, who, we'll just call him Fab, because fuck trying to pronounce that second name every time, who we haven't actually seen. And I should say now, Clark is actually 2-0 in the fights that he has had in UFC. They say that he's the first real boxer to win in UFC, and I can't run through my mental Rolodex that quickly to be able to dispute it. I'm also keeping a keen eye here on our new referee, Mario Yamasaki, renowned as one of the worst. This guy will not stop a fight until someone is dead. He has a fair amount of these high-profile incidents where fighters have taken so much unnecessary damage, but I'm guessing if you're watching this channel, watching this review, you already know. So the fight starts and quickly ends after about 90 seconds. Fab feints a leg kick, but then also actually halfway swings it in slow motion, stumbling over his own feet, and Clark looks like he knocks him down. He actually slips when they show it in the replay, so he stumbles over his own feet, not for the first time in the fight, and then actually slips. After he falls over, he gets cut, but Fab gets a heel hook as Yamasaki runs over, grabs a hold of the action, screaming, "Stop, stop, stop." And they just ignore him. They ignore him, and in an unexpected turn of events, it's the fighters who actually keep this thing going and not the referee. I couldn't believe it. See, after talking about all that about Yamasaki, he's actually trying to stop the action here. Couldn't believe it. But that's the thing, Yamasaki runs over, says stop, stop, stop. Nobody knows why he stopped the fight, because we can't actually see the cut on Fab's head yet. The doctor doesn't actually come in to check on the cut immediately, like they normally do. Laverne Clark is celebrating as though he's won the fight already, even though the fight was stopped whilst he was the one in a submission. Now, finally, the doctor has been asked to come in, and people now know what's happening, and now the fight is over. It has been called. Clark wins. This was fucking embarrassing. Neither of these guys looked good. The crowd boos at the end. Really not good. Clark, in the interview, in which he barely fucking speaks English, said that Fab had his ankle. So, and he says, oh, he had it, as though like, oh fuck, I was about to tap out. So this turns out to be an actual bad stoppage by the referee. So even he doesn't look good. Fab was about to win the fucking fight before Yamasaki stopped it. Oh, and of course, wouldn't you know, Clark is training with Pat Miletich, because obviously, if you know, then you know how I feel about that. Terrible. Start to finish, embarrassing. Just a horrid way to start the card. We now interview Pat Miletich. Why? Why even bother? Absolute visual poison. Now audio poison as well. Because he says we doubted Fab would be able to stand with the punching power of Clark, which played absolutely no part in the finish of the fight, had absolutely no impact on the fight whatsoever. Fab stumbled over his own feet and then slipped when Clark pressed him. He got cut on his head by accident as they fell to the mat. At no point did they show you a replay of a punch that landed. that fucking dealt that cut out. It was stopped by the doctor before Fab was about to win. What the actual fuck are we talking about? Jesus Christ. Goldberg says to Miletich, you're defending your belt in July. Ah, fuck, man. So we have that to look forward to too. You know, that belt that he shouldn't have. And that's not even a debate, by the way. He shouldn't be the champion. But Mike says, and he actually says this, the fans think you're boring as fuck. Is that a fair criticism? I swear to God he says that. I obviously paraphrased, but like, he says, you lull the opponents to sleep and the fans think you're boring. Is that a fair critique? That's closer to what he actually said. And by the way, lull the opponents to sleep and the fans think you're boring. I could not stop laughing at this. Pat Miletich doesn't even give an answer. He just kind of half dodges the question. Well, you know, I used to fight hard and I need to get back to that. No. You need to leave. And soon. I've said it before, I'm fast forwarding through fucking Miletich fights. They're so bad. They are so boring. They are all the same. You've seen one, you've seen them all. And I refuse to watch it anymore. It's fucking god awful. They announced Maurice Smith versus Marco Huas for UFC 21. And I like this fight. This is a nice fight. This turns out to be the main event though, which I do not like. Marco Huas is past his prime, to be polite. We've seen that in Pride. He was able to beat Gary Goodridge barely after Gary Goodridge injured himself and fucking threw himself into a heel hook. He lost in that huge upset to Alexander Otsuka. That's Marco Huas I'm talking about here. We reviewed both of those Pride events already. They're in a playlist on the channel. You can watch them. But he didn't look great in that fight either. Hence he lost. The commentators tried to say that he was sick and on medication that was making him slow. He just didn't look like he was at the races whatsoever. And now he's up against Maurice Smith, who's on a bit of a slide. I think this would have been a nice co-main, because at least they're names. Or maybe a feature fight, to use modern terminology in terms of making up a card. We weren't really using that then, but see, just if we had a title on the line, maybe that could be the main event and this could co-main. Oh wait, we fucking do have a title fight, but we can't put it in the main event because Pat Miletich is so fucking boring. So why do we have a lightweight division when they're all terrible? It was the same at UFC 18. Bas Rutten had his debut and he had to main event, even though there was a lightweight title fight. And for anyone thinking that I'm exaggerating how bad these lightweight fights are, even UFC at the time are looking at it going, oh no, Jesus Christ, we can't do that. We can't put that in the main event. I actually want to do a State of the Union video after this review, because see, looking at the UFC 21 card, it has no business looking as terrible as it does, considering the talent that is actually out there between Pride and UFC. We do not need lightweights. There are some star heavyweights and up-and-coming middleweights. Some of these recent cards have not been good because half the card ends up putting you to sleep and the other half is actually watchable, typically being the bigger guys, and the smaller guys are putting you to sleep. Fuck. So we're about 10 minutes into this review and we've only looked at one fight. Next up, we have our second fight. And I promise, right, we'll be a little bit quicker through the rest of this. But we have Wanderlei Silva versus Tony Patera, and Yamasaki is back, for fuck's sake. They couldn't just leave that alone. See, after the first fight where it's like, here, buddy, you just got a premature stoppage that just cost this guy the fight. Let Big John take this one. No, he's back in. The two clinch against the fence, and we stay here for nearly 3 minutes as Wanderlei is just spamming knees to the body, finishes Tony with 3 knees in a row, all to the head and face. Nice win for Wanderlei, but it was somewhat handed to him, and oh, thank goodness. My prayers have been answered. Tito Ortiz has been put on commentary so that commentary can make even less sense than it already does. But at least this time it'll be entertaining. So Tito wants to fight Frank Shamrock, and he's shockingly, he's actually able to grab a hold of the English language for a few minutes at least here, until he is asked why he thinks he can beat Frank Shamrock when his trainer, John Lober, was beaten so easily. And Tito says that he's bigger, younger, and has a lot more smunk in himself. What the fuck does that even mean? Can anybody let me know? That would be great, thanks. Next up, David Roberts versus Marcelo Melo, who has one of the best names I've ever heard. And even Bruce Buffer, right? These guys are lightweights, and even Bruce Buffer sounds depressed doing the introductions for this fight because he knows, right? He knows, that's the thing, everyone knows what to expect, but nobody says anything. Even commentary has to pitch it as, well, we don't think this, but everyone else thinks this. Seeing that interview, Mike Goldberg's like, the fans are saying this. We would never say this, but the fans are saying this. Fucking terrible. Melo gets the takedown and the back, spams elbows to the back of the head, which are, of course, illegal. The fight is not stopped. Big John just tells him to watch the elbows to the back of the head. Melo turns to Big John, right, just completely stops what he's doing, turns to Big John to listen, nods at him as though, yes, I understand. It's as though we're having a full-on conversation in the middle of this fight. Roberts hasn't moved his hands from his head this entire time of having his back taken, right? Has not moved his hands from his head this entire time. Even whilst this conversation is going on, Melo lands more elbows, this time to the side of the head, and the fight is over. The first half of this card has been so shit. Hopefully, things can pick up. I'm not holding my breath. This has actually got like worst card ever potential written on it. And that's not even a joke. I'm not exaggerating here. And now we have the matchmaker John Peretti on commentary. The man responsible for this fucking arson attack of a card, this complete bin fire, has showed his face on commentary. Literally went to Birmingham, Alabama, and dropped fucking Agent Orange all over the place. God awful. Peretti calls Vanderlei the axe murderer, and I believe this is where he gets the nickname, because he hasn't been referenced to as the axe murderer yet by anyone, at least from what I have heard. But we'll see how quickly that nickname takes. We now show the prelim fight. For what reason? I don't know. John Peretti literally came on to commentary and basically said that, yeah, that was shit. Thought that was going to last a whole lot longer. So they already know that this prelim fight is shit, and they still decide to show it. I cannot believe we are sabotaging this card even more than we have to. Ron Waterman versus Chris Kondo, who looks like fucking Diet Tank Abbott. 30-second knockout via ground and pound, absolutely no reaction from the crowd, and then they start booing. This is seriously going to be the worst card of all time. And they didn't even need to put this on. This wasn't televised. This was a prelim fight for the house. They did not need to include this. The card is already nearly 3 hours long and no one asked for this shit. We then run through the history of the heavyweight title tournament. What we done at the start of the night. In the first video package. Now, we say that Hizzo withdrew from the tournament because he's friends with Bas Rutten. It's what we expected. It's nice to have some clarification. But now that begs the question, why were they both put in the tournament if they could both possibly win and both have to face each other? No wonder this fucking company's going under. Who's making these decisions? What are we doing here? Next up, Pete Williams versus Travis Fulton. And there's a light smattering of boos around 40 seconds into this fight, if that can tell you how this night has gone so far, a smattering of boos 40 seconds into the fight. These fans have lost all patience, along with myself. We clinch against the fence, absolutely no action before breaking back to centre. Williams starts landing some low kicks. Travis shoots, gets sprawled on, into side mount, then into full mount. And John Peretti says, we don't see that often from Lions Den fighters. And you know what? John Peretti, whenever he is on commentary, is very good and quite funny. But I'm just not in the mood for this shit right now. Oh my god. We then hear that Pat Miletich is in the corner. And again, another one. No wonder these fights are so boring when Miletich... Like, when Miletich isn't fighting, he's in the corner coaching. Williams, back into guard, goes for the heel hook because he's low IQ. Travis reverses because, of course, he's now in the guard, landing some ground and pound, but gets caught in an armbar from the bottom and he taps. I don't really have anything else to add on to this. It was whatever, you know. We then get more stalling for time and just padding the card with just interviews and filler bullshit. And look, see, full disclosure, just for the review here, I'm starting to zone out at this point. See, around the sort of, you know, promoing the Marco Huas Murray Smith fight, I'm starting to zone out. And the event it's only been an hour and a half. It's only been an hour and a half long. It feels like it's been an eternity. And we still have over an hour to go. And there's only 2 fights left. This is insane. So I just stopped watching and came back to the card at the Marco Huas interview on commentary. He gets asked 2 questions, by the way, calling it an interview. He said that he's excited to be back, and that's basically it. After the interview, they tried to say that his loss to Oleg Taktarov was controversial. It wasn't. We then show highlights, or lowlights as it were, from this card here. Why are we doing this? We already suffered once. Why are we rewatching this? Someone, and I hate to say John Peretti because, I mean, he only makes the fights, right? He's not responsible for what they turn into. But someone should be put in jail for this shit. We next have Pedro Hizo versus Trey Teligman. At least it's 2 people that we know. We get some videos for both. But this is the thing. Trey hasn't really done anything. And Hizo, okay, he beat Tank Abbott, right? I think he was the first guy to actually knock out Tank Abbott. I know Vitor Belfort stopped him, but I don't know if he was properly out. Tank Abbott went down and didn't even bother trying to get back up. He was put out by Hizo. And he then beat Mark Coleman. And I don't like to say robbery when it wasn't like a complete domination, but Coleman, to me, definitely won that fight. So now we have a co-main, which is what this is here. We have a co-main where neither guy has really been that impressive or built a real reputation amongst the fan base, and this is the co-main event. This card fucking stinks. They didn't even weigh Teligman. Like, I don't know if I'll try and put in the fucking tail of the tape here. They didn't weigh in Teligman. He didn't tell anyone his weight. So what are we doing here? This company is so tin pot. Trey Teligman, if you've watched the reviews before, might know he was in a car crash when he was like 1 year old, and had to get his pec removed. That's why he looks like that. Trey put Hizo under pressure quick. Just started a complete firefight. Just hot out the gate. For about 30 seconds, we have some real action. And Hizo takes the bait. He starts throwing back. Just a wild start before we then slow down again. Trey fumbles a takedown and just lies on his back. And I actually feared the worst when he done that, but he stood back up. It was all good. They then exchanged jabs. This is probably the first part of the event. And like I said, we're well over an hour and a half into this at this point. But this is the first part of the event where it feels as though there's been any entertainment and we're nearly 2 hours into the card. Hizzo lands some shots against the cage before we're then back to centre, where Hizzo lands a leg kick, pulls Trey's hands down and lands the cross, knocks down Trey. Nasty shot, by the way, when they show the replays. Oh, but he knocks down Trey, and then Big John steps in and stops the fight before any ground and pound can be dished out, and that's the fight. So this was the best matchup on the card so far. It wouldn't be difficult to top what we've seen already. This was fine. This was just fine. So we get even more filler because there hasn't been enough of that, you know. As though we can't just put this thing out its misery and get the main event in the ring or the cage. Like, we all know that Smith is going to face Huas at UFC 21. And by the way, I need to say it again. Looking at that card, I already know that it's a meltdown waiting to happen. And I haven't even watched it yet. We get promo video for Bas Rutten and Kevin Randleman. And I think it would be unfair for me to take another break before coming back to this fight. But just know I was thinking about it. So I think it would be unfair to take another break, because then how do you review the show when you've taken fucking days to watch it? But we're just going to power through. And our thoughts on this fight are going to be our thoughts on this fight. Just know that this is my mental state going into this matchup here. Kevin Randleman says that he is going to knock the shit out of Bas Rutten. Let's remember that one, folks. That's a direct quote, by the way. They didn't even censor anything, right? He says he's not scared of Rutten's kicks and thinks, so what, if he gets knocked out, he'll be back to fight again. And finally, we get the main event into the fucking cage. And I'll say it again, Randleman, fucking huge. An insane vertical leap that he does before these fights. What an athlete. Who cares how he got there? Who cares? He just looks insane. But Bas Rutten starts this fight. He throws a front kick. It looks as though he's gearing up for a roundhouse, like just off the bat. But he then switches, throws a front kick, which then doesn't land. He then, quickly after that, looks for another front kick, it looks like. But before he can even extend his knee, Randleman accepts the invitation and immediately takes him down. Randleman into side control, and this is somewhat familiar to what we've seen against TK, where Bas stayed on bottom just until the referee stood them up. He was able to survive, and that was, not to say his game plan, but that's what he was able to do on the ground. He was able to stifle the offense and survive until we get stood back up. Coleman from Randleman's corner, he's always there. He asked for elbows to the body, which again was where TK found success at UFC 18 against Bas Rutten, so they clearly watched that tape coming into this fight. Randleman also lands to the face of Bas, which is now cut on the nose. They don't show a replay of it, and the camera angle's not good. It almost happens when Randleman's covering Bas, but he does land a series of like short elbows, and that's what cuts Bas on the nose. Bas then lands a knee to the head from the bottom. Now this is where technicality comes into the rules, because Randleman is technically grounded here, which would make that an illegal strike even though he's on top. Big John doesn't say anything, doesn't make any motion towards the action, doesn't tell Bas you can't do that, so I'm not sure what the fuck the rules are. Randleman ends up staying in the guard and is pretty dominant on top, but then Big John stands this up to check the cut on Bas Rutten, and they say that his nose is broken, which it, to be fair, does kind of look like his nose is broken. They ask if he wants to continue, and he says, let's do it, let's go. So this is what you love to see. We go on. After the restart, Bas lands a switch kick to the body, which makes an ungodly sound. Ungodly. But as we know, just allows Randleman to get the takedown again, and we're back in the guard. We stay here for about 5 more minutes, and what I will say, even though Randleman is on top, the active guard of Bas is almost dictating the action. I'd even argue that his strikes are more effective as well. Even if they don't really pack a punch, obviously, because he's on his back. But we've been we're actually able, right, to break these first 10 minutes into two parts if we divide them by the stand-ups. And I would say Randleman won the first 5. And even though he was on bottom, I would say Bas won the second 5. He was in control even from bottom, if that makes any sense. Of course, Randleman got the takedown, and you're in his world now, folks. But from the bottom, Bas was landing the better strikes. Randleman could only throw like these flailing punches, couldn't land anything. Seriously, see, from what I seen first time watching, he didn't even really hit him once. Bas outlanded him from the bottom. Randleman was only able to leave the guard because Bas attempted an armbar. So Bas was even pursuing the finish more so than Randleman. And the armbar wasn't actually able to stick. I don't know if you will be able to see it in the photos here, but it didn't stick because they're sweating at this point. So we restart again, and Randleman takes down Bas again after clinching him against the cage. And Mike Goldberg says, "You couldn't ask for anything more in a title bout." And now I will be tuning out commentary. Rutten again, active from bottom, landing more shots from bottom, doing more damage than Randleman is, even though it doesn't look like it, right? It's so fucking weird. Bas is weighting the damage a lot more than Randleman. But I would argue, again here, even though Randleman is on top, Rutten is somewhat in control here, landing more shots. Randleman isn't able to get out of the guard. Who knows if he even fucking is trying to pass it at this point. He might just be happy with the control time, but you would think the aim of the guard is to pass it and get into a more dominant position to then be able to end the fight. But he doesn't do so. And we end here regulation time with Randleman on top of Bas. Into overtime, and Randleman takes down Bas again. And this is unbelievably frustrating to watch. I'm making it sound more exciting than it actually is. And that's up to your interpretation, by the way, if you think this sounds exciting. Randleman waits for Rutten to throw the kick and then gets the takedown. And Rutten keeps throwing kicks. This is what it, like, you know what it is. Who am I to question the methods of Bas Rutten? But Bas attempts the armbar from bottom again, but Randleman's able to escape. Again, sweating, slippery, whatever. Back into the guard as we do. And 2 minutes later, that's the end of the round. Nothing else happened. Into the second overtime, and Coleman says to Randleman, "Don't let him elbow you. This is close. Don't let him get any more points." So that shows you where that mentality's at, right? Blatnick thinks that Randleman is winning because he controlled the fight in the realm that he wants to, which I totally understand where he's coming from. He's been able to get the takedown and such, okay? But the only damage that he's done was in those first 5 minutes. And I swear to God, I know Bas Rutten's wearing damage. It doesn't really look like it. It looks like he's wearing the damage, but you can't actually see where the fuck the damage is coming from, if that makes any sense. So, and I think where Blatnick argues, well, the fight's taking place in the realm that Randleman wants to, I think Bas has actually been more effective whilst in the realm that Randleman wants to be in. Randleman hasn't really come close to finishing the fight outright besides the cut, and this is a point that he'll make later, that there was multiple checks on the cut. Big John McCarthy stands the fight up around 5 minutes and 10 minutes every single time. So these checks on the cut are just kind of happenstance with the standing of the fight, as nothing is really happening on the ground. And look, we've seen in our first fight anyway that like a cut can happen just out of nowhere. So I don't really think that it's a true indication of dominance in a fight, which is kind of what Randleman is also arguing, that he's dominating in the fight. And commentary is arguing that he's dominating the fight, and you know, I don't really agree with that personally. Bas lands a roundhouse to the body, and he has Randleman backing up, who then gets the takedown with 2.5 left to go, because of course he does. And Randleman stays on top, and is honestly more dominant for the last 2 minutes of the fight. as we go to the judges for the decision. We have a split decision, as Mike Goldberg reminds us of the criteria: striking, grappling, and aggressiveness. You tell me how the fuck we score this then. How can you not say both guys were aggressive? Striking, Bas was better striking from bottom, but Randleman managed to cut Bas. Grappling, again, Randleman managed to get the takedown, but Bas was the only one with the submission attempts. Randleman done nothing with his transitions, which he was handed by Bas at points, and then was forced back into guard by Bas, who was on bottom. How the fuck do you score this? We have a split decision, because the judges don't know how to score it either. That's what I mean. This is genuinely so close. Dr. Tim Catalfo scores the fight to Randleman, Skip Hall scores the fight to Bas Rutten, and the referee that you know, the bald guy with the goatee, Dan Miragliotta, I can never get the name right, I've just butchered the shit out of it, but he scores the fight to Bas Rutten, and you hear an initial cheer from the audience that's left, because people left before the decision, right? You hear an initial cheer from the audience, which then quickly becomes a mixed response, and then you hear a small smattering of bullshit chants as the night ends. Bas does the jump, which I find hilarious and very impressive. That's like one of those fucking troll emotes that you used to do with your friends on UFC Online. But Randleman and his boys have left, and they're pretty pissed off. But Coleman stays to congratulate Bas Rutten and then do an interview. This was, which was nice of him, easy for me to say. But now I can't wait to hear Bas on commentary at our next Pride review. So now that he's the new champion, that should be fun. In terms of scoring the fight, I know I said how the fuck do you score it. I think general consensus is amongst fans, Randleman won the fight, but myself watching this personally, which is why you were here, make your own channel and your own review on this fight. I understand why they gave this fight to Bas, and honestly I think I would have scored the fight to Bas as well. And I don't even think that's bias, because I really like Randleman as well. So, you know, I think Bas won based on the volume from the bottom, the submission attempts. He had Randleman backing up for the brief time that they were on the feet. The argument is that Randleman controlled the fight, and I understand that in terms of getting the fight to the ground. But watch the fight back, right? Outside of the cut, how much does Randleman really land while on top? No submission attempts either. And I think if you're judging aggressiveness based on, I mean, can you really say attempting to finish the fight? How's Bas attempting to finish the fight from the bottom? At least he's pulling submission attempts and trying some shit. You know what I mean? I think the only argument for a Randleman win is that he was on top the whole time and cut Rutten's face. Which, don't get me wrong, fine argument, right? That's why it's a split decision. I'll probably get heat in the comments for this take, but look, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And what a shit way. I say what a shit way. What a way to end a shit card. A controversial split decision, because of course it was. Oh, and by the way, another vacated belt. Because Bas, in his interview, says that he plans to defend the belt. Sadly, he will not be able to, because this is the end for Bas Rutten, who succumbed to his injuries and perished. No, but seriously, he wouldn't fight for another 7 years after this, and that was just a one-off fight. So he was actually supposed to fight Chemo, who got popped for roids, sadly. Who knew? You know, who knew he was on those? But they found a replacement and he won that fight. I can't remember the fucking guy's name, but that was in 2006. You know what I mean? So he is really done here, and he had to get cleared for that fight and all the rest of it. But this is the end for Bas Rutten, which is a shame, because I would have loved to have seen him be able to either defend the belt here, maybe move down a weight class and fight Frank Shamrock again in UFC this time and not Pancrase. That would be amazing for the middleweight title, that's already kind of stacked division. Imagine it added Bas Rutten to it. But that's it. That's actually the story. You know that? Like, Bas vacates the belt. Jesus Christ, the lineage of this belt is just shot to pieces. But he vacated the belt with the intent to fight for the middleweight title, but in training, he injures just about everything you possibly could. And that's it. That's the career. Cut way too short. And that's a shame because his UFC run was just getting going. So, tragic. But we interview Mark Coleman, who's very disappointed with the loss, and you can tell. He genuinely sounds devastated. But he thinks that Randleman clearly won the fight, and I don't doubt that, right? I don't doubt a lot of people will agree with that. And you can actually hear you can actually hear Kevin Randleman raging in the background, literally crashing out. I'm not joking. Like, see, whilst Bas Rutten is getting pictures taken and they're showing you highlights of the fight, you can literally hear him in the background screaming, "You know I won that fight." And in the empty arena, because everybody's filled out by this point, you can hear it echoing, and it's just clear as day as the show is brought to a close. Where do you even begin with this? I spoke for a while there about the main event, but that doesn't mean that it was good. Hizzo versus Teligman stole the show. Petty theft. Vanderlei had a knockout that was handed to him. He was able to knee his opponent 3 times in a row to the face after kneeing him at least 20 times to the body, and he didn't do anything to stop it. Fucking ridiculous. There were 4 other fights that ranged from shit to less shit. Pete Williams, that fight, probably at the top of less shit. I can't even remember his opponent now. Probably at the top of less shit and the most inoffensive. And then take your pick of the other drivel that was on this card. Genuinely terrible. You know my thoughts on the main event, which I'm not even mad about, but probably anyone else watching it would be mad about, and I'm not even judging you. Like, it's just my opinion. I'll probably get a bit of heat for it, but take the decision away from this fight. Just take the decision away. You don't know who wins, you just watch the fight. And it was a boring 21-minute fight. So, you know, no reason to go back and watch it. Nothing special. The only thing that makes it interesting is the decision and what way you think that it goes. The fight was close and boring. How does this even happen? Shout out to the people who understand the background of the thumbnail. I don't know how much of a younger audience this video will reach, but shout out to you, because I'm guessing you will probably get it. But that there is how this event made me feel watching it, okay? And I don't even want to watch UFC 21 because, good God almighty. And over the hill, Marco Huas versus Maurice Smith, off the back of getting held down by Kevin Randleman and Randy Couture, and a year layoff in between, and there's a Pat Miletich fight on the card. This shit show, right, might cancel the Retro Review series. So join me for what might be the last episode on the channel. We'll probably, in fact, no, I think we will have a Pride review in between times, which, you know, at one point I might have thought would have eased the pain, but that lineup also looks chronic. So let's end on a high note. I'm going to try and include all these posters of the events in these reviews somehow. I wish I'd done this sooner for the earlier events, but after I added the UFC 19 poster, that was for a purpose, to see who was actually advertised and who turned up on the card. I thought I would add this one in as well, and I know these exist somewhere in the ether now, but there's something about the posters for this period of time, because this is marketing right here. This is like the old version of the digital poster on a tweet or Instagram now, right? And this is what would have been used to sell a show, sell tickets, pay-per-views. This would have been in the old magazines to build hype, because there's months in between these shows, and I love old media like this, so I'm going to try and include these posters somewhere in the videos where I remember. So That's a high note for me, right? That's how low this show is. But like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment your own thoughts below. Was I too harsh on this card? Am I too worried about the next one? What do you think of the main event decision? Probably, I was going to say mixed responses, probably a one-sided response. But that's what it's all about. I'll see you all next time on this literal journey through hysteria. Thank you for watching as I melt down, I suppose. Cheers.